in relation to yourself, and then we will deal lastly with the McKinsey Trillium matter insofar as it pertains to your involvement. You follow that?
Okay. Yes, I do.
Thank you. So even though we're not going to deal with the penalties, Ms. Daniels, we were busy in your last appearance leading your evidence on the penalties, but I would like you to by reference to your affidavit, explain to the chairperson, and I'll give you the reference now, chairperson, that will be her affidavit on the transactions, which is in Eskom bundle 18 bracket A, is exhibit U34.1 on page 236.
I've got it.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels deals specifically with the transactions from page 264 with the penalties. Ms. Daniels, what I would like you to explain to the chairperson, as you said last time, that the concerns that were raised by CDH were communicated to the executives. Could you be specific in regard to the executives with whom those concerns were raised, and what was the attitude of the executives in response to those concerns?
Mr. Chairman, just to give you context, I took over the matter in late 2016 when I started acting as head of legal and compliance. There had been a number of opinions, as we will go through on Friday. There were a number of concerns raised by CDH, and I also asked them to do an assessment on their merits, and I started discussing these with Mr. Singh and Mr. Koko. The reason for discussion with Mr. Singh, he was, in his capacity as CFO, he was my immediate superior, and as Mr. Koko was the acting chief executive at the time, we discussed it with him as well. I took them through the various concerns that were raised. In assessing the evidence, I had asked them, particularly Mr. Koko, because he had been operationally involved. And I think it was early December when he changed from, the litigation posturing to saying that he would be quite comfortable if we settled the matter at around 500 million. I was quite surprised because, the posture up until that point, or Eskom's position, had been quite strong about litigating and going to arbitration on the matter. Thereafter, when we were going through the evidence, I once again approached him and said, we have these issues with the evidence as presented. At that stage, the person who had calculated the penalties, the original sheets, had actually left the employ of Eskom. there were technical reports that showed that, the substance, of the claims that Optimum was making may have merit. We did not have the technical evidence to sort of counter it at that stage. So these were all the issues that we were discussing in this period. And the attitude was, well, we should work towards settling the matter. I was quite hesitant to do that, given the publicity that we had, Eskom had made about this matter, and I suggested that I was not going to make this decision on my own. I wanted to take the matter to the board tender committee.
Can you recall the basis on which Mr. Koko suggested that the claim be settled at 500 million rand?
He actually had no basis other than he wanted the matter to go away. There wasn't a technical basis or a legal basis or a response to what I was saying. It was actually in a meeting that we had and where I was briefing him on the issues that we had in the matters, in the litigation matters, that he said he'd be comfortable settling the matter at around 500 million. That was a figure that he could live with.
And what was Mr. Singh's attitude or reaction?
Mr. Singh was more, looking at the figures and he said if, identified as a duplication, the figure would be around 577 million, and that he would be able to live with that as well.
You said you refused the proposal to settle at 500 million. What was your basis for refusing?
I think my basis was not from, objectively, that would come out later. Objectively, it would have been prudent to settle. My position at that point, when I had just taken over in late 2016, was that we had made such a big publicity, I don't want to use the word stunt, but it had been a very public statement that Eskom was going to claim 2 billion from Optimum. We had just now gone through a change of ownership, new owners, and it seemed sort of an abrupt turnaround that we would now be willing to settle the matter at 500 million. My reasoning was that we should at least go through a legal process. It shouldn't be Eskom withdrawing the claim and then settling at this stage.
Yeah. Could you please tell the chairperson about the memorandum that you and, amongst others, Mr. Snehal, prepared and signed? I think you submitted it to the board, to the BTC. In that memo, if you please can tell the chairperson whether you recommended settlement at any particular amount. And I say this because Mr. Gert Opperman has given a figure of 740 million rand, and in Mr. Snehal's affidavit, we came across reference to 1.17 billion rand as the potential claim that Eskom would have had against Tegeta. So in your memo, if you could tell the chairperson, what is it that you told the BTC?
I actually, what I did in the memo to the BTC, Mr. Chairman, is extract the relevant bits from the CDH opinion, which was attached to the memo. It was quite in detail. We also explained at the meeting of, I think it was in February. The minutes are in the bundles. The issues involved. I think the reason that the claim, there were various bases for calculation, and as time went by, depending on the formula that you used, one would get to a different calculation. So the amount varied from about 479 million to 1.17 billion. And you will see that later, once the entire exercise had been done, we were comfortable with recommending the 577 million. On my own estimation, and based on my experience, I had also estimated around 700 million would be the claim. But because of all the various inputs into the spreadsheet, there was no consistent approach to how it was dealt with. And, you know, while we each had opinions, there had to be an objective verification. And CDH had at one stage had the 1.17 billion as a figure. And then as time went by, we did not have the technical evidence to support that, nor did we have people that had been consistently involved in the matter to actually give that kind of evidence to support it. And it was on that basis, you will see that we went to the BTC, explained in detail. BTC was actually quite, I would say, irritated with me for wanting to take them through that detail. But I wanted the board to be absolutely clear and informed as to what we had, what the decision was based on, and why we were asking for a mandate to settle, instead of just accepting the settlement.
When Mr. Molefe was here, Mr. Brown Molefe, he mentioned that the figure of 2.17 billion was properly documented. Your comment on that?
I disagree with him. There has not been, in my experience, in my tenure at Eskom, there's not been a consistent contract management approach to optimum, to coal contracts. So the evidence that we had, there was a lot of documentation, but it was consistent and would stand the test of legal rigor, that I would dispute. And because, as you will see from the CDH opinions, there wasn't a consistent approach to how these penalties were calculated or applied, and I don't agree with him.
Yeah, I think you should make it clear whether the ultimate view which you submitted to the BTC to settle the claim at a lesser amount than you had in mind, either the 740 million, either the 1.1 billion that had been suggested by CDH. Give us a sense of whether the factors that motivated the settlement arose only in 2016 when you took over, or were they there from the very beginning when the claim was instituted against OCM under Glencore?
Mr. Chairman, the issues were there from the beginning in terms of the basis for calculation of the claim. You will see from the opinion submitted attached to Mr. Moodley's affidavit from CDH that in 2015 there were already issues before the issuing of the summons, before the mention of the claim. I think even Mr. Bester testified that he was skeptical as to the amount. He raised the risks with Mr. Molefe, and these were ignored. I was not, around at that time. I was not involved in the matter at that time. I recall being called into one meeting with myself, Mr. Bester, Mr. Advocate Solanko, who was the head of legal at the time, and Mr. Moodley. And they did explain, the three of them explained to Mr. Molefe and Mr. Koko that, these were the issues. And notwithstanding that explanation from three people involved in the matter, they were adamant to go ahead with the institution of the claim.
Can you recall exactly when was that meeting?
That meeting was in 2015. I think it would have been around early 2015, because there was a meeting scheduled with Glencore round about either that day or the next day.
Okay. Now, in regard to the emails that Mr. Koko sent to Info Portal from the 20th of July 2015, when he comes back from suspension, Mr. Koko has said that, has in fact conceded that this email address belongs to a person outside of Eskom. But he has nonetheless maintained that after every email that he sent to InfoPortal, you and him and Dr. Ngubane would have a meeting about the document attached to the email. What do you say about that version of his? That you had meetings every time after he sent the email to InfoPortal?
Mr. Chairman, that is untrue. I mean, there was at no stage that those meetings happened in the manner. There were no meetings subsequent to emails. I did not print out the information for Dr. Ngubane. Dr. Ngubane was not an executive chairman, so he would not get involved in the matters that were on those emails in transactions in the manner that Mr. Koko is trying to present to the Commission. Also, I noticed that one of those emails was about the 1.68 billion guarantee. If it was sent to him, we would not meet. There was no time at that time to meet about those guarantees, and we would not have gone into the detail that Mr. Koko seeks to present to the Commission.
Mr. Selega?
Yes.
The emails that Mr. Koko was talking about in this context, do you have any recollection whether Ms. Daniels was copied on them by Mr. Koko so that they would go to the info portal email address and to her Do you have any recollection of that? Or some of them may have been?
I have the answer. I know, Chairperson. The emails were not copied to her.
Yes.
There's only one email, it's not even copied, it's a forwarding to her.
Yeah.
The one which she's just mentioned of the guarantee. It
Yes.
came from Info Portal on the 10th of December 2015, setting out the terms of what should be the guarantee. That email Mr. Kuku forwards to Ms. Daniels' email address. And Ms. Daniels then instructs CDH on the basis of that email.
Well, I'm just thinking about Mr. Koko's version,
Yes, Chair.
which you have, part of which you have just restated. Because it's common cause that he sent those emails to the info portal email address.
Yes.
It's to be accepted that it seems that therefore those emails would go to whoever was using the info portal address. At this stage, the evidence does not suggest that it was Ms. Daniels who was behind the info portal address. In other words, that whoever was sending emails to the info portal email address was communicating with Ms. Daniels. I think so far there is no evidence to that effect.
That's right.
So, and except for what Mr. Koko said, he was told by Ms. Daniels, namely that the info portal address was Dr. Ngubane's address. Factually, the evidence doesn't suggest that Dr. Ngubane was the person to whom correspondence was directed by whoever was sending emails to the info portal email address.
Correct.
Therefore, if that is all correct, the question that would arise is on Mr. Koko's version, and I mentioned that because he probably is listening or watching, so he and his lawyers will know what I'm thinking. On his version, how would Dr. Ngubane and Ms. Daniels have received those emails of his?
Yes.
Because they would not have gone to them. He accepts too now that the info portal email address was for somebody else.
Yes.
So whatever emails he sent using that email address, those emails were going to somebody else, not to Dr. Ngubane and not to Ms. Daniels. So when he says he had meetings with them and they had those emails, how could those emails have landed in their hands?
Correct.
So that's one of the questions he would have to deal with
Yes.
on his version.
Yes. Correct.
Yeah, okay, all right. You understand that, Ms. Daniels? You were following that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I was following. We did not have those documents, Mr. Chairman, when he sent those emails.
Yes.
Some of those transactions I do recall, but that was based on the fact that Ms. Matepo mentioned them, and also that they appeared before the board subcommittees. It is in that context that I recalled it, but not from an email from Mr. Koko, or not from a meeting from with Dr. Kabani, Mr. Koko, to specifically discuss those transactions.
Yeah.
Okay, you must just remember, Mr. Seleka, at some stage, Dr. Ngubane would need to be questioned about this part of Mr. Koko's evidence.
Correct.
To see what he knows about this version.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Chair, I have already long ago reached out to his attorney and asked him to provide us with an affidavit.
Yes.
And I have also recently asked him, followed up on that. I understand from him that the draft is ready, but the client is going through it, which is Dr. Ngubane, so we will hopefully be receiving it very soon.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. Ms. Daniels, talking about your knowledge of some of the transactions you see in those emails, we have, when Mr. Koko was here, tried to compare those transactions to the list that you have attached to your affidavit. I mean, you superimposed it on your affidavit, but you also attached it to your supplementary submission to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee. Are you able to take us through that and see the extent to which there is a comparison between the two?
Yes, I can.
I can tell you where the list is.
Please do that.
Okay. It's in Eskom Bundle 8. I will use your supplementary submission to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on page 87.88.
87 point.
88.
Okay, I found it.
SMD.
Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Sorry, SMD 4.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I've submitted this to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee in 2018 already, but its significance grew when I listened to Ms. Motepo's evidence, and as well as some of the evidence of Mr. Koko in relation to the emails. So I then went through the list again, and Mr. Koko tried to distance himself from the transactions, but it's quite important for the Commission to note that in these transactions, Mr. Koko was either what in Eskom terms is the end user, was the recipient of the service, or was the driver, or the person responsible for those transactions to take place. So when he talks about this list, I was quite taken aback by the manner in which he distanced himself. I at no stage came to him with this list. On his own evidence, he says that I would not have at that stage have been able to have so much detail, which is true because I did not know this. This would not also originate from the board side because these transactions were extremely operational transactions. The ones that are of significance for the purposes of this commission that I could tie in with the evidence of other people was, especially when Ms. Motepo testified, was the Duva 3, which is now item 1 on the list.
Yes.
And you will see that is valued at 5 billion. Now, the reason the figures are of significance for what my assessment when I re-looked at it is because she was very specific in saying that this was for, that Eskom didn't need these services. And when you look at the Duva 3 transaction itself, it was an engineering transaction. The Duva 3 boiler exploded and needed to be replaced. At one stage, Mr. Koko was the engineering manager at Duva. At the stage when this transaction was in the process, he was the head of engineering. He was also the head of group technology and commercial, which then in his capacity, he oversaw the engineering, the procurement of the replacement boilers. So he would have been intimately aware of this transaction. I would not be able to go to him with this kind of paper and give him this value and ask him for an explanation. That's absolute nonsense. He would have had intimate knowledge, given his position in the organization and what he had control over. When she points out that there was work asked of Regiments or Trillion or McKinsey, I'm not sure because this was an engineering issue. There was an insurance component as well to this matter, which was dealt with by Mr. Singh as the CFO. And there were issues regarding, the underlying issue here was around the contract, the manner in which it was procured. Mr. Koko had insisted on using a non-BE qualified supplier, and those were specific instructions that he gave to the procurement team, which caused issues later on for Eskom. So that's just a big overview. So all these issues, all these transactions had some significance, and of which Mr. Koko had some role to play. For example, the next one was the McKinsey one, which I highlighted.
Sorry, Ms. Daniels.
Because,
Sorry, just before you go on to McKinsey, I just want to read to you, you've mentioned Ms. Motepo in her affidavit where she says, Mr. Machela Koko and Anot Singh added initiatives. Now at this time she said regiments. This is now in 2015, late 2015. They have had meetings, according to her, with Mr. Singh and others at Eskom, and they are making a proposal to Eskom. She says, Machela Koko and Anod Singh added initiatives that were not originally on the proposal. These were online vending and Duva 3 insurance claim and rebuild, Hatashi insurance settlement. So Duva 3 insurance is specifically mentioned there, which is one of the things you're mentioning. Could this be, you think this is the same as the Duva 3 that we see on this list?
yes, it is, Mr. Chairman. When she talks about the Duva insurance claim and the rebuild, the one component was to get the money from the reinsurer to actually replace the boiler at Duva. And then also the other part was to recover the normal insurance claim. So that would have been dealt with by Eskom Insurance.
Yeah.
We had our own in-house insurance division.
Okay. You have said that this list, Mr. Koko had it with him on the 20th of July 2015 as a list of transactions his principals have told him to focus on. When Mr. Koko was here, we put that version to him. And in response, he said the list actually was given to him by yourself. What is your response to that?
Well, that is, I categorically deny that, and that is why I say to Mr. Chairman that it's not possible that I would have come up with this list because of the nature of the transactions, the value of the transactions, the knowledge of this, and if I recall his testimony, he also said that I said it came from the board. That's just not plausible because the detail here, a non-executive board would not know. I would not be able to come to him and ask him for information to this degree.
Yeah.
This list was provided he discussed it with me when he came back from suspension. I said that in my supplementary to the Portfolio Committee, and I stand by that.
He has also said that he recalls the list and that the handwriting on the list is his. I don't know whether you are able to tell. I mean, if he concedes that's his handwriting, I suppose that's what it is.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would ask you if he concedes that it's his handwriting, he must please explain to you a couple of issues that I've identified on the list. I would like to draw your attention to the notes that he has there. Next to Project Libra, Anglo, which is item.
I can see it.
7.
I can see it.
Yes.
Yes. He says, we could buy. Give me a fixed price, I give you the partner. That's illogical for someone within Eskom to say that. In colloquial terms, saying, okay, we'll buy it. Now, this project in itself, Mr. Chairman, is the coal supply to Kusile power station, which was problematic because of the nature of the coal, the price of the coal, etc. So at that stage, there was no BEE partner for Anglo. Anglo was doing it through its holding company. It hadn't yet, that's why it's called Project Libra at that stage. You will find that in the Eskom documents. When projects start out, they call Project Alpha, Project Libra, those things. Ms. Motebo also testified that's how we did things.
Do you say...
He would have to explain to you why he would say to someone, give me a price and I'll give you a partner.
Do you say that that sentence where he says, give me a fixed price, I think he says, I give you the partner. That TBC there, what is that?
If I look at the others, I think it's the rand value to be confirmed, because you will see the other ones all have rand values.
Yeah.
And then there's TBC. So in the normal standard terminology, that would be to be confirmed.
So that that would tie in with the fact that no price is given next to Project Libra Anglo, and the fact that he writes, give me a fixed price. So the price has not been agreed yet.
Determined.
And,
Yes, that is correct.
so that sentence is there to ensure that somebody gives him the price, the fixed price that could then go in there, in that space.
That space.
Okay, all right. So
No, and he would have to explain why he would say, we could buy. He's at Eskom. You know, Eskom would be purchasing coal from a supplier.
So when he says, give me a fixed price, that would be for coal. For what?
Yes, that would be for coal.
And I give you the partner, as far as you understand, what partner would he be talking about in this context?
I would assume that that would be the BE partner. The requirements of Eskom at the time was that coal be supplied by, BE compliant companies, or at least they must be working towards being BE compliant in terms of the mining charter.
But,
at that stage, I was aware that Eskom, that Anglo was not yet BE compliant. It was looking for a partner.
But did Eskom have the practice of giving service providers or product providers, or service providers, giving them partners, BE partners? Didn't they come with their own BE partners?
Exactly, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, exactly, Mr. Chairman. That's why I'm saying no, Eskom did not have the practice of giving partners to suppliers.
Yes.
That's what I said. He must explain to you why he would be giving the partner and why he would be asking for a fixed price from internally at this stage.
Now, who was this note directed to, if you know? Who was meant to read
Mr.
this?
Chairman, what?
Who was meant? Who was this meant for?
From my understanding and the discussion that we had, this was meant for Mr. Koko, and he had indicated to me that this was instructions from his principals. That was his words. And at that time, my understanding was that this referred to the board.
Yes. So your issues with his note is one, the fixed price, and two, the partner.
Yes, that's the one issue.
Yes.
Then, as I identified, you'll see these transactions Ms. Motepo talked about, the load management, the fiber lease cash unlock, and the online vending cash unlock as well. There is also a note here that says, stop paying T guys.
Is that at the bottom?
Now, the
bottom
T
of the
guys
table?
at the bottom.
Yes. Yes, proceed.
Yes, proceed.
So this T guys, in my understanding, this is T systems, because at that stage, there was an issue with the payment of T systems.
Where is the T guys?
It's right after the
At the
89.
bottom.
After
The last one is Komati replacement. The one above that is
And
laptop.
then
It's below the table.
in handwritten notes, Mr. Chairman.
Or in handwritten notes, stop paying tea guys.
Yes.
You say you understand, you understood tea guys to be a reference to T systems.
Yes.
And the alphabet F that is written below that, do you know what that's supposed to mean?
I'm not sure what that is,
Do you know whether that is still the,
Chairman.
do you know whether that is still the same handwriting as the handwriting above? Or you wouldn't?
It looks like it, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not a handwriting
Yes.
specialist. But
Okay.
what I'm saying is, Mr. Coco needs to explain to you, what does this mean? Because this doesn't look like an instruction from an Eskom person. You know, a person of his position. And then there was just, and it ties in with what Ms. Motepo said, that there was this, fee instruction. If you look at the calculation, and I mean, fee extraction, if you look at the calculation and the values, and so there was a concerted effort here to evaluate what could be extracted. That's what made me re-look at this list in that light of her testimony and what I had submitted earlier to Parliament. I could clarify more, and it also gained more significance having a re-look at this list. The other issue is this word here to the left, this zest law.
Yes.
Of the document. It has been widely reported in the media, and one would have to check this, that Zestlaw is the company that Mr. Salim Esser's wife was the shareholder and owner of. So Mr. Coco would have to explain to you how, these elements, how he was tied up in this at Eskom.
Okay, Mr. Selega.
Thank you. Ms. Daniels, can you give us the spelling for that name? Or the name of that
Which
company?
name, sir?
The one of that company.
Well, it's on the
I think
page.
it's Zestlaw, or it's ZES.
Yeah, it looks like Z-E, either R or S, and either T-L-O-R or H-O-R.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, Zest Law, L-O-R. Okay.
yeah. Or Zestlaw or something, I just remember from the Eskom media reports that that company belonged to Mr. Esser's wife.
But you see it on page 87.88, Mr. Selega.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. No, I'm there. I just wanted certainty on the spelling of that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes. Then, Ms. Daniels, there's McKinsey, the third item. Do you have anything to say on CPI investigations? Is it? I think it's frozen.
Yes.
Can you please repeat that, Mr. Seleka? You froze there.
Yes. Do you have anything to say on CPI investigations?
I was not sure what that was, Mr. Chairman. I checked the records, but as it says there again, 150 million per annum. So there was an estimation of what kinds of revenue this would bring, and this would not be to Eskom. So, Mr. Coco would have to explain how why and on what basis he would do that kind of calculation.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the revenue,
Here, at various stages during,
sorry, the sound seems to be distorted and delayed. Can you hear me now?
yes,
Yes. So what
yes, I can hear you now.
yes. In regard to the revenue, you are saying these are revenue projections not for Eskom, but it would be revenue projections.
No,
Yeah, it would be revenue projections for whoever wants these transactions to be procured for them.
that is correct, Mr. Seleka. I'm tying it to specifically because Ms. Matepo, when she was talking about the regiments and trillion, she mentioned, how they established the fees, and I think even Ms. Goodson mentioned some of it. And if you look at this list, it ties in, it made it more clearer that what this list was actually about was those revenue projections as to what could be extracted from Eskom.
Do you know, subsequent to you seeing this list, and as you said, made a copy of it, do you know whether a party or parties were given contracts in relation to some of these transactions? Well, I don't know.
Yes, they were given contracts.
Yes, proceed.
These matters did serve before the board tender committee and the various subcommittees in Eskom at given times, Mr. Chairman. So it would be, easy to check. Like I said, I remember that the Duva 3 contract was problematic because of the supplier that was. We know about McKinsey. The other one that I could identify was the Project Libra. The online vending was another issue. That contract served before the BTC a number of times. There were issues that were involved. And I think the whole IT support services was an issue. That contract, Eskom's position and strategy changed a number of times during 2015, 2016.
Yes. The online vending cash unlock, do you know what does it entail, or did it entail? Did you hear Ms. Daniels? Yeah.
I think she's frozen again. Are you back? I think you froze for a few seconds. I think she's back. You could repeat your question.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Ms. Daniels?
Mr. Selega will repeat his question.
Yes, thank you. I asked whether do you know what online vending cash unlock entailed?
It was very technical, but I can just tell you high level, it was to put in place an electronic IT support system for purchasing of electricity.
Okay. Do you know whether McKinsey was contracted to render that service?
They may have been involved. I think you should look at the steering committee of what's that? The services agreement, or there might be a separate agreement.
Okay, you don't know personally.
I don't recall specifically. I just know that, the online vending was an issue. It appeared a number of times. That's why I said during the period 2015, 2016, it appeared a number of times before the board committees.
So then, just to finalize on this, what is your testimony on this? What is your evidence on this? Is it that this list, just to be clear, this list would have been a list from a third party outside of Eskom, given to Mr. Koko, showing a list of transactions with projections of revenue that the third party outside of Eskom would have wanted to procure for their own entity or themselves with Eskom?
That is my evidence, Mr. Chairman. It's in listening to what we know now and what I said, this represents what was given to Mr. Koko and what he had to execute in terms of extracting revenue from Eskom.
Yes.
Well, that ties in with the question I wanted to ask you. I see that, you have said that those figures on that document represent revenue not for Eskom, but for the entities, for certain entities. Now, it would be quite strange, would it not be, for Eskom to be preparing a document to see how much revenue somebody else would be making. Would you agree with that?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman, and that is why I say to you, I reject Mr. Koko's view that this is, a document prepared by me on basis that the board wanted this. This is a document that he came with, that he said, these are the transactions that my principals want me to focus on, and this is what he started asking his subordinates for, the information. And it ties in with the emails that he sent.
Yes, Mr. Salega.
Thank you, Chair. And lastly, Ms. Daniels, because what took us here was the emails, Mr. Koko's emails. We've seen that there were 3 features in those emails, online vending, cash, unlock features in those emails. But there was also an email regarding his visas, traveling to Dubai with 2 members of his family. And he said that was arranged by you. Your response?
Mr. Chairman, I would like the opportunity to categorically state here that I did not, under any circumstances, moonlight as a travel agent. Unlike my seniors, I had a job at Eskom. I did not organize his travel visas at any stage. He did not request me to do so. He did not pay me 5,000 rand to do that. I did not feel the influence of Dr. Ngubane in this matter. As I said before, curing of visas or
Yeah, the connection is quite unstable. It looks like you are back, Ms. Daniels. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
yes, I can, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I just want to repeat what I
Yes,
understood.
I can.
I want to repeat what I understood you to be saying, because as you were speaking, the connection was unstable. We could not hear parts of what you were saying. One, did you say that you deny having arranged visas for Mr. Koko and his family?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, did you also deny, did you say you deny that he gave you 5,000 rand in regard to the arrangements for those visas?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And you said you were not moonlighting as an Eskom employee and as a travel agent at the same time.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you never arranged or you were never involved in any arrangements to help him get the visas?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Selega?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, there's another, then I asked you, yes, that was about the visa, that's right. There's a statement you make, and I will come back to this later on, but I want to read it to you in your last affidavit, talking about the BTC, which approved a transaction with Trillion, the payment to Trillion. We will come back to it, but let me read to you and see whether it relates to some of the items you have read on the list. It reads, it was this approval that was then utilized, the BTC approval of August 2016, utilized as authority to pay Trillion approximately 207 million rand. The activities referenced were project search, private sector participation, online vending services, Hitachi, Duva, short-term funding facility, long-term funding facility, and program management office. There's procurement, primary energy, claims generation. These items were mentioned in Ms. Motepu's testimony. You heard that? We will come back to it later. Did you hear that?
Yes, I did hear that.
Does this by any means relate, or some of these items relate to the list that we have just gone through?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you will see there is the funding restructure that I've highlighted. There's Duva 3, and there is online vending cash unlock. Those are the other direct cross-references that I could make.
Yes. So we will come back to that BTC approval. That means McKinsey did get to be paid in relation to some of these transactions on the list. I mean, Trillion.
That is Trillion,
So-
yes, that is
Yes,
correct.
I beg your pardon. Maybe we should then go into the Trillion matter. So according to the testimony of Ms. Musilo Motepu, there's proposal to be made firstly by regiments, which is sought to be teamed up with McKinsey. They're making those proposals to offer services under the Master's Services Agreement, the service level agreement. And as I read from a paragraph in the affidavit, some of the projects were included to the original or initial proposal by Mr. Koko and Mr. Singh. And she specifically mentioned online vending.
I'm sorry, Mr. Selega, have you moved away from Eskom Bundle 8, or are you still with it?
From which one, Chair?
Eskom Bundle 8.
Yes, I'm moving away from it, Chair.
Okay.
I want to...
You're going back to Eskom Bundle 18?
I want to go to Eskom Bundle 14, 14C and B, 14B and C, in Eskom, I think the files have been regularized. The affidavit I would be referring to, Chair, is in 14 bracket B of Mutley, Mr. Mutley. Specifically from page 941. Yeah. Eskom Bundle 14, bracket B. Thank you, Chair.
I think we need just to take a short adjournment so that the registrar can get my pen, which has fallen and it's too far. We're going to adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
We adjourn. grateful the registrar has retrieved my pen. Okay, now we can continue.
Ms. Daniels, you can hear us?
Yes, I can.
Yes. I would like you to deal with the matter, now that we've gone through the list, and McKinsey's mentioned, and reading from the affidavit of Ms. Motepu, that paragraph and your paragraph relating to the approval by the BTC in August 2016 to make a payment to Trillion in the amount of 207 million rand in respect of some of the transactions we've mentioned. Mr. Moodley of CDH has submitted an affidavit to the Commission in which he deals with certain aspects relating to McKinsey and Trillion that involves you in the instructions to CDH and recommendations made to the board. Now we know from the evidence before the Commission that huge amounts of money were paid to Trillion to the tune of 1.2 billion. In fact, the BTC had approved 1.8 billion rand to be paid to Trillion. There is a submission made in December 2016 which deals partly with some of the payments to Trillion, and then ultimately the decision made by the BTC in February 2017 that deals with the last payment to Trillion and McKinsey. Now, it is alleged that you also played a role in ensuring that the BTC approved those payments. I would like you to give your version to the chairperson. And if you want me to give you more information, I could do so. But to the extent that you would have read Mr. Moodley's affidavit, can you please deal with, firstly, the purported termination of the MSA agreement by Eskom and how these payments to Trillion and McKinsey were made?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I confirm that I've read the affidavit of Mr. Moodley and that I have submitted my own version. I also got involved in the tail end of this transaction in late 2016. Some of the facts that I'm going to put before you, I know because I was involved in my capacity as head of legal. I had to do the 48-hour report as it became known. It was a report to Minister Brown on the payments to McKinsey and Trillion, and that involved going back to 2015 when the matter came. So some of my knowledge is from that, some of my knowledge is from the investigations that Bowman's did. And in compiling that 48-hour report, which is part of the bundle, CDH, Bowman's, and the auditors assisted with the information. So I am going to rely on that body of information to give you the facts which I don't personally know. Is that okay?
Yes.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay. All right. So insofar as the cancellation of the McKinsey contract, one needs to go back to around July 2016 in the Eskom records. And it is at a BTC meeting in July that the authority to cancel the contract is provided to the team, and then it is noted that Eskom might have to pay up to, I think it was over 2 billion that the team, and when I talk about the team, it was represented by Mr. Prish Govender and Mr. Edwin Mabelani. Mr. Prish Govender was the project manager for the McKinsey Trillion project. I don't know what to call it because at one stage it was the engineers, the top engineers program, and then it became the McKinsey Trillion project. I'm not sure what they called it. But at one stage, Eskom identified that it may need to pay up to 2.84 billion to, I think it was up to 2.8 billion to cancel the contract. At the meeting in July, they indicated that they had negotiated a settlement figure of 1.8 billion. And this was approved by the BTC subject to certain conditions.
Yes. Can I?
Chair, is that okay?
Yes, just.
Does that give you context to?
No, that's all right. I just want to find out from the chairperson something. Chair, I could refer to the documentation in order for the chairperson to follow the evidence, or she could, go freehand.
I would like you to refer me to
the documentation.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Well, for that reason, Chair, we will have to change the file to 14C. Eskom bundle 14C. And we will start on page 829.25. .25. Ms. Daniels, have you found that page? It's a submission document.
I just have one bundle 14.
Yes, no, that's all right. Just follow the page numbers. 829.25.
Okay. Yes, I have it.
You have that. Now, I know you have talked about the period in July 2016, but we see in this submission the figures that you are referring to.
Okay.
Can you?
I may have the date wrong. If this is 8 August, I would go with this
No, I think
submission.
I think you are correct about the termination which is made in July, or in fact, is June 2016. But please identify the document to the chairperson.
Okay. This is a submission to the Board Tender Committee Mr. Chairman, and it is feedback on the McKinsey and Company Top Consultants Program MSA settlement process.
So who would have compiled this document?
This document was compiled by, I will tell you now, I think it was Mr. Govender. Yes, Mr. Prish Govender. As you will see there, his signature on page 829.32.
Yes.
With Mr. Mabalani, the Chief Procurement Officer, and then approved by Mr. Anuj Singh.
The first signature you said, whose is it?
It is Mr. Prish Govender.
Because unfortunately...
In terms of the, yes, in terms of the Eskom procurement process, Mr. Chairman, he was the delegated official, the project manager.
Okay.
For the McKinsey project.
Okay, unfortunately, they didn't write the names of the signatories, so you either have to know their signatures or try and make it up, or rather try and make out what it says. So, like that one about the middle one, Mabilane, that seems to be...
It should be there, Chair. The names should be there. Just above their designations?
Oh, the names are above.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I think I expected them to be below.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, okay, no, yeah, now I see.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Ms. Daniels, do you say it was approved by Mr. Anuj Singh?
Well, you'll see Mr. Anuj Singh signed the documentation, and in Eskom delegation of authority, the people who sign the submission document take accountability for the contents and presenting it to the relevant board committee.
Yes.
And this is the reporting line you will see here, just to give more context, Mr. Chairman. The reporting line was that Mr. Govender would have reported to the Chief Procurement Officer. The Chief Procurement Officer reported to the Group Financial Officer.
Yes, and what? Why does it say at page 829.31, other approvals required, none? Do you know?
This was pardon me, sir. This was a standard submission format that Eskom had for submissions to board. So if there were other approvals like regulatory approvals, external approvals that were required, this is where the executives or the compilers of the submission documents were expected to note them.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Ms. Daniels, we go back to page 1 of the first page of this document, which is page 8, 29.25, and explain there the resolution which is required in this submission. It's a submission document dated 8 August 2016.
Just before I explain this, I just wanted to mention one thing, that in the submission in June or July, I just can't remember the date, the reason for the cancellation was provided to the board tender committee is that they could not, the parties could not reach resolution on the terms and conditions of the contract. You know, that was stated in the documentation at the time.
Yes. The termination letter, sorry, just to mention the page reference, is on page 877.26. It's a termination letter by Eskom to McKinsey, dated 16 June 2016. And it says the letter serves to officially notify McKinsey and Company of a board decision taken on 9 June 2016 to terminate the McKinsey risk-based contract. So board, was that a board or BTC? Do you recall?
It was a B2C decision. You will find, Mr. Chairman, that in the Eskom documentation, there's not a distinction between board and subcommittees. So when people talk about a board decision, more often than not, it would be the board subcommittee that they're referring to.
Didn't the committees need their decisions to be approved or ratified by the board?
Not necessarily ratification, but what happened on a quarterly basis is that we would prepare committee reports and they would go to the board for notification. Those that required ratification would be ratified, or those that required decision would then be tabled for decision.
Okay.
Ms. Daniels, insofar as you say the reason for termination was, I think you said, due to the parties' failure to reach an agreement on the terms. Now, I want you to come back to this because CDH was advising you on whether or not this master services agreement ever, in fact, came into being. And my question just before you move on is this: if the parties couldn't agree on the terms, was there in law or in fact an agreement to terminate?
Mr. Chairman, this is what we were grappling with at the tail end with CDH and myself. By the time, I just had to put it into context, by the time I got involved in December, I was presented with an email from Mr. Govender. He provided me with a copy of the MSA. He provided me with a letter of demand from McKinsey and a letter of demand from Trillian. And at that point, factually, about over 900 million had been paid out to the parties. But those are the 3 documents that he presented to me. And it was on that basis, when I looked at that, I didn't have any context. He asked that I must please review the documents and that he would discuss it with me. I remember he was driving out from Durban or somewhere, and I had a look at those documents and I thought it quite peculiar that the agreement was signed, I think it was early in the year, and then in June there was Trillian demand came before the McKinsey demand. They were like a month apart. And it was on that basis that, without context, that I asked for the legal review. And you'll see that's why I specifically asked for that in an email. And I actually wanted to know from Mr. When I discussed it with Mr. Moodley, what exactly was Eskom's rights in this regard. At that point, I didn't know the specificity of, like, you know, there was the terms and conditions was the reason, or the failure to reach the terms and conditions was actually the reason presented to the board tender committee. It took us quite a while to get the documentation from the project team.
Okay. And by the way, you will see that, I just want to mention this because you mentioned the agreement was concluded early in the year. The affidavit of Dr. Wise says that he received a copy of signed by Eskom, of the MSA, towards the end of September/early October 2016. And he signed it and backdated it to January 2016. So just to mention that to you, are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that.
So what it
Because
means
the
is...
document that
Carry on, sorry.
I mean, I was just going based on the document that I received, that it was dated earlier in the year. I wasn't aware that it was backdated.
What it means is that at the time the agreement was purported to be terminated in June 2016, when the BTC takes a decision on 9 June 2016. In fact, there was no agreement signed, at least by McKinsey.
Yeah, that would be correct. And if he says it was backdated.
Yeah, we'll take you to his affidavit in a short while, but let's go through this. What is required in this submission?
Say that again, please, Mr. Seleka.
Explain the submission to the chairperson.
Okay, what they are doing here is asking okay. They are saying to the board tender committee, and when I say they, it's the submitters, that Mr. Governor, Mr. Babalani, and Mr. Singh, are saying that they have negotiated a lower settlement fee of 1.8 billion. They needed to pay out 800 million because these would cover costs today. And then the current consultants, which I assume is McKinsey, have made an offer to reinvest 1 billion to cater for the transition period. And so it's sort of a settlement plus a renegotiation of terms kind of arrangement that appears here, and that McKinsey and partners have decided to take some sort of, let me say, yes, a new contracting mechanism. And this involves that the group chief executive, now the group chief financial officer and the group executive generation and technology are authorized to negotiate more favorable terms and conditions to the settlement process. And at this time, in August 2016, the group chief executive is Mr. Malefe, the group financial officer is Mr. Singh, and the group executive generation and technology is Mr. Machela Koko.
Yes. So the agreement, it follows after the agreement. If you take the sequence of events, there's a termination or purported termination of the agreement. There is then this submission to the BTC that, according to CDH, it follows after a letter of demand from McKinsey. After Eskom terminates, McKinsey sends a letter of demand saying, pay me X amount. The executives then make the submission to the BTC that Eskom would be liable to 2.8 billion, but they have negotiated an amount of 1.8 billion. And they want the approval of the BTC for that payment to be made to McKinsey and a BEE partner. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you play any role in regard to this submission?
No, I did not. At that stage, I was the company secretary. Advocate Solanko was the head of legal and he was dealing with the matter directly. He was not present, if I recall, at this meeting of the 8th of August, but he did send a legal representative. They did not raise Mr. Chairman, the company secretariat and the legal department were separate departments. So the head of legal used to attend or a legal representative from his department would attend the board tender committee meetings to deal with the legal issues. At this particular meeting, there were no issues raised when this matter was discussed from those parties, although it would subsequently emerge that they did have concerns and they did raise them, and there were actually opinions about the McKinsey settlement agreement or the master services agreement that were ignored by the parties mentioned in the submission.
Well, the BTC resolution is to be found on page 875.2 in respect of this submission. 875.2. Let me know when you are there.
I'm there.
Now, it's a resolution, it's an extract from approved minutes of the Special Eskom Board Tender Committee on 8 August 2016 at 1500. And I see the extract is signed by you. Do you see that? On the 8th of November
Yes.
2016. Yeah. And it says, resolved that the Board Tender Committee noted, to date, the initiatives under the Top Consultants Program MSA have achieved more than 186 billion rand of annualized impact for Eskom. Applying the termination and settlement clauses within the MSA, Eskom may need to pay up to 2.84 billion rand, inclusive of payment to the BEE partner for the value achieved to date. The Board Tender Committee approved 4.4.3 and already negotiated lower settlement value of 1.8 billion, inclusive of payment to the BEE partner. 4.4.4, the 1.8 billion rand settlement negotiated will consist of an initial cash payment of 800 million to cover the utilization of the consultant's resources to date. 4.4.5, the current consultants have made an offer to reinvest the risk premium, bracket 1 billion rand close bracket, from the settlement to cater for the following. And then they give 5.5, 4.4.5.1. Now, I understand 4.4.3, read with 4.4.4. But I don't understand 4.4.5. So there is a settlement, a negotiated amount of 1.8 billion. Eskom has agreed to pay 800 million rand of that as a cash payment, an initial payment to McKinsey and the BEE partner. But then they say the current consultants have made an offer to reinvest the risk premium, 1 billion rand. Are you able to explain that to the chairperson?
I will attempt. I will try. I'm not sure if I will get this right, but what I think it's saying is that Eskom agrees to pay 1.8 billion rand in settlement fees. We will pay the 800 million now, the consultants will not take their 1 billion. They will set it off against initiatives or savings initiatives that, that we identify, and we will put another contract in place.
Yeah, but what does that mean? When you were parting ways with them, you terminated the, or at least insofar as Eskom is concerned, has terminated the MSA. What further engagement was there to be made with the supplier?
Well, in real terms, it was actually not a disengagement. Well, it was styled as a disengagement process because it would take them 6 months to exit Eskom. But also during that time, they would renegotiate another contract.
Did that happen? The renegotiation of it?
I don't recall to my knowledge that that happened during the time that I was there.
Okay. So you know that that 800 million was paid?
Yes, it was paid, and in fact, more than 800 million was paid because they added the VAT component when they paid it. So in December, when Mr. Governor sends me the, the contract and the letters of demand, 943 million had been paid. So I assume that that's 800 million plus VAT.
Okay. So that the payments were made on the 12th of August, 2 payments to Trillion directly, and 1 payment of 596 million to McKinsey on the 15th of August. Let's go specifically to what happens in December. So this is in August 2016. Let's go specifically to what happens in December, where you are directly approached by Mr. Prish-Governor. Now, Mr. Mutli in his affidavit has said you approached him. You wanted him to give advice. And you need to tell the chairperson what that advice was, which you wanted from them. A submission was being drafted which contained an insertion that legal review had been obtained from CDH. And you have been criticized for having included that insertion in that submission and thereby caused the BTC to make a decision for further payment to Trillion. Would you please explain to the chairperson your role in that matter?
I want to say, Mr. Seleka, can you please just give me the reference to Mr. Mutli's affidavit again?
Mr. Mutli is Eskom Bundle 14, bracket B, on page 941. Now, in December, while you go there, a payment of 134 million rand was made to Trillion.
Do I need to have a look at it?
No, Chair.
Not really. Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, my reasoning for asking for the legal review at that stage was because of the contract and the 2 letters of demand that I had been emailed by Mr. Prish-Governor, and he had asked me to have a look at it and to give him an opinion. I looked at the date of the contract and the letters of demand, and I thought this was quite peculiar. I didn't have all the facts at that point. I didn't have any other documentation, and for me, I wanted to understand what Eskom's rights were. I see from Mr. Moodley's affidavit that I did ask him more detailed questions in a subsequent telephone call. So I must have then gotten, the facts, but in terms of the payments, because that I confirmed in that 48-hour report that we had actually paid over 900 million at this stage, and for me, I wanted to understand if we could recover any of that money, if what was the situation. At the same time, there was a BTC meeting in December. I had anticipated that the legal review would be a quick desktop exercise and that it would not be as complex as it turned out to be. So in anticipation of that, I had written the clause that was inserted in the submission that the legal review, that I'd briefed CDH and that the legal review had been completed. I did send that to Mr. Moodley as he states in his affidavit, and I did ask him to opine on that. I think by the time he got back to me, I had already submitted the submission because of the time requirements, and I think the submission was already late, so I was pressured for time. But we had a discussion, and he told me that he did not have the necessary documentations to do the review to the limit that I required, and that we would need to, we would need that documentation before we could opine on that. And the person that we needed that from was Mr. Govender. We did go to the BTC meeting of, I think it was, I just can't remember the date now, let me just check it. The 13th of December, 2016.
Yes, just sorry, Ms. Daniels, because I think you need to explain to the chairperson the advice that had been sought from CDH. Because part of that, did it not relate to whether you could defend the claim or the demand that was being made by McKinsey and Trillian?
Yes, based on, I wanted to know the demands that they set out in the letters, respectively, because both of them, the respective organizations, approached it from different angles. I wanted to know how defensible is it? How arguable are their claims based on what Eskom had done to date?
Yes.
And I wanted a more, detailed view than just saying we will fight this, because having already paid out money, would that prejudice us? How did it actually work is what I wanted to understand. Just remember at that stage, I had no context from the legal perspective as to what had transpired beforehand. In fact, what I recall from the McKinsey process, it was actually a very protracted negotiation. So one would have needed to have understood what had taken place. And we were presented with a signed contract, so I needed to understand what are the terms and conditions of what we had in place.
Yes, and Mr. Moodley says they did not advise Eskom on the conclusion of this contract, so they required the contract to be provided to them. Upon starting the contract, they saw that the contract used terminology that was foreign to them. They were not familiar with the concepts, and they asked for documentation from Mr. Prish-Govender, and I think also from yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, That's correct, because that was the one problem, because this was the first time that a risk-based contract had been concluded in Eskom in this manner. We were subsequent to getting the documentation, we would find out that, there were all sorts of other advice. It is correct that CDH was not involved.
Yes.
I personally was not involved either, so it was a learning experience for us,
Yes.
because now we actually we literally, Mr. Chairman, had to hunt for the documents because they weren't forthcoming as readily as one would have expected. I think Mr. Governor expected us to give an opinion based on what he had put before us, and we said that's not possible with given the terminology that was used.
Yes.
And the calculations, etc.
And now we are in December, when they ultimately got the documentation and were in a position to provide you with a final opinion on the matter. That opinion indicated that there were suspensive conditions in that agreement that appeared to them not to have been fulfilled on the due date, and their due date was the 31st of January 2016. Their opinion was given in February 2017. You recall that?
Yes, I recall that.
You confirm that?
Yes, I confirm that. In fact, we only got the documents in I think it was early February, Mr. Chairman. It must have been the first week in February. We had to literally hound Mr. Governor to get the documentation. I, in fact, insisted that Mr. Mudley meet with Mr. Governor face-to-face to take him through the issues that we were having. And I remember that they met. I couldn't attend that meeting, but I insisted that they go ahead and meet so that we could get to the bottom of the issues. Because the non-fulfillment of the suspensive conditions was actually a new factor that we had not seen before.
Yeah. Can you then...
Mr. Slega, it's 4 o'clock. Let's take a 10 minutes break and then we'll continue.
Thank you, Chair.
We adjourn.
Ms. Daniels, are you ready?
Mr. Governor led the discussion, Mr. Chairperson. So I cannot remember. I would have to rely on the minutes of the meeting in terms of what he said about the transaction. In terms of the review, I did tell the committee that we had not completed the review and that it was still in progress, and that would still have to come back to the committee. There was a further report also presented by Mr. Govender.
Sorry, Ms. Daniels. Just before that report, are you saying, despite the insertion in the submission that conveyed the message that a legal review had been obtained, in the sense that CDH had been retained to advise Eskom on whether or not to proceed with payments to McKinsey, you advised the board that that legal review had not been received?
That it was still in process, yes, Mr. Seleko. You will remember, Mr. Chairman, you will remember that I said that we had prepared the submission in anticipation that it would be done, but by the time we got to the meeting, it had not. I don't even think we had started. We had only just asked for documentation. So I did bring it to the committee's attention that we were still busy with the legal review.
But I understand that that message was in fact not conveyed to the ATC. What is your response to that?
No, I did tell them that it was in progress.
So why then did the BTC approve the payment of 134 million rand to Trillion?
The BTC approved the 134 million rand based on what Mr. Governor said and as part of the settlement process. And that was a decision that they had already taken in August, as we had earlier discussed.
So are you saying the legal review was of no significance to the BTC decision?
Not at this stage. I think that they saw it as part of the settlement process. We were still busy with our legal review. So I would not say that it was of no significance, but it was still in process. So I would not have asked them to base it on that.
The reason I'm asking you that is because that the insertion that was made in that in the submission says that Cliff Decker Hofmeyer was retained to conduct the review. And the conclusion is that Eskom needs to enter into a termination agreement with the parties to bring the matter to finality. This will absolve Eskom from any further liability once the termination agreement is in place. Now that was not correct.
No, it was not correct, and that's why I brought it to their attention at the meeting.
Yeah. But it was also never correct, because when CDH ultimately gave the legal review, if you like, they said something opposite to this. They advised that, in fact, it appears that there is no agreement to terminate.
Well, we didn't know that in December 2016, Mr. Seleka, or Mr. Chairman. That would only come out in early February. Mr. Mudley and I had then had the opportunity to look at all the documents, and he and his team did a very extensive analysis.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Seleka.
Yes.
The last time I thought you referred us to a page was through the resolution of the board tender committee, but I don't think that's where you are reading from.
No, Chair.
Yes. Have you gone back to an earlier bundle?
Not even an earlier one. It's one of the earlier ones, Mr. Mudley's affidavit, Chair.
Did I miss you referring us to it to get another bundle?
Okay, 14B. That's 14B.
I don't think that both my registrar and I would have missed it. Maybe I may have missed it, but...
14B, page 943. Please adjust.
I just want to have a look at what you were reading from.
Yes. Page 943.
I'm not sure that I follow Ms. Daniels. I follow the logic of Ms. Daniels' answer, but maybe it's because I'm not looking at the document. When she says the legal review was still to come, but the decision had been taken. So I just want to have a look. I've been shown page 944 of Eskom Bundle 14.
Go to the 943, Chair, the one before, paragraph 96.
Yeah.
You will see a quotation with 8, external legal review. Number 8, external legal review.
Okay, Ms. Daniels, I may have missed something. It didn't seem to make sense to me that a decision would be taken to make payment while it was known that a legal review was to happen, because I assumed that the legal review would give legal advice, which would be necessary for the decision whether to make payment or not. Do I misunderstand something?
No, you don't, Mr. Chair. This is where what actually happened and what is on paper, gets fuzzed, and this is how, for want of a better word, the officials manipulated the process. Because at that meeting, we did state that the legal review was in progress. Okay. I did make it clear that we had not completed the legal review. However, what the officials then relied on, there was a draft report by Oliver Wyman, which was not a legal review. It was an assessment of the monetary claims. And it is in that report that they also talk about a legal review that needed to be done, which, I had not initiated the CDH review, for want of a better word, based on that report. I had done it because I was presented with a contract and 2 letters of demand. And I wanted to understand what Eskom's position should be in that regard. What the officials did because the BTC said that the 134 million should be paid as part of the settlement process, they relied on the August decision to make the December payment.
So, but was your understanding that the legal review was important for the BTC to have in order to make the decision whether or not any payment should be made?
Yes, because it actually was to deal with what further payments Eskom should be making, if any. And that's why I asked for the legal review. If there were any payments that Eskom still had to make, and are we in a position to recover what had already been paid?
And
because that was my apologies, Chairman, that was when I got the contract plus the 2 letters of demand, I was stepping into something that I had no context about at that point. And we needed to get the documents, and CDH said this contract the terminology is different. It was different to what we had dealt with before.
But going back to the discussions at the meeting, was there anybody who said something to the effect that despite the fact that we are yet to receive the legal review, we should authorize payment as the BTC? Was there anybody who said that or something to that effect?
There was actually a resolution that the 134 million should be paid as part of the settlement process.
Despite the fact that the legal review had not yet been received?
Yes.
So the BTC, as could be expected, was aware that there was a legal review still pending?
Yes.
You are able to say that? And are you also able to say they also knew that the legal review would deal with the question whether any payment should be made at all, or any further payment.
Any further payment that should be made?
Yes, they knew that.
Yes.
Do you recall any reason that was advanced by anybody to say that legal review, we shouldn't wait for, why they shouldn't wait for the legal review? You say they based that on their 8 August decision, you say?
Yeah. The legal review wasn't discussed in that detail, Mr. Chairman, from my recollection.
I'm trying to
It
understand
was-
why a committee of the board would say authorize payment in circumstances where it was aware that there was a legal opinion stroke review that was pending, which would advise on whether there should be further payment. I'm trying to understand that. And you have already said that as far as you are concerned, they were fully alive to the fact that, one, there was still a legal review pending, two, that the legal review would deal with the question whether there should be any further payments. So I'm trying to understand why they would not say, let's wait for the legal review.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, that meeting was quite rushed because it was the last meeting of the year.
Okay,
You know, so I'm not sure.
so you
From
have,
what I remember, it was we didn't really go into too much detail.
well, as the company secretary, you were company secretary at the time, is that right?
Yes.
Did you say to the BTC, but it doesn't make sense to authorize payment before we know whether legally there should be further payment or anything to that effect?
You see, I did tell them that caution needed to be exercised because the legal opinion hadn't yet been received. What I'm saying is I don't think it's necessarily at the board tender committee that, you know, the way that the resolution is, pardon me, is crafted. I don't think that they actually gave payment authorization at that meeting.
Oh, then I may have missed something. Did I miss something, Mr. Sleg? I thought we were talking about them having authorized payment of 134 million or something.
They authorized that payment, Ms. Daniels.
Okay, do you want to take it from
Did
there?
they?
Yes. The submission, that's what the submission requested, but now it's in a different file, Chair.
Oh, okay. No,
Oh, no.
but you can continue.
Yes.
Yes, I thought that's what.
Let me read the resolution. The resolution of 13 December 2016, which, again, Ms. Daniels, is an extract you signed. It was resolved that approval be and is hereby granted, and I skip to the right paragraph, for a payment of 134 million rand to finalize payments up to August 2016 to the BEE partner that was due as per the work split agreed with McKinsey. So that approval is made in unequivocal terms.
Okay,
You accept that now?
I accept that. Okay, but as I said, it's made as part of the August 2016.
But what does that
Decision.
mean? What does that mean?
You see,
Because I'm
Mr.
looking for, just to remind you, what I'm looking for is whether there were sound reasons why the BTC decided to authorize that payment even before they could get a legal opinion that they knew was pending on whether any further payments should be made. Because it doesn't sound sensible, doesn't sound logical for them to authorize payment in circumstances where they accept that they needed a legal opinion on whether there should be further payments. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'm trying to understand whether somebody said something at the meeting which would make sense to say, no, let's authorize this payment nevertheless because of ABCD. And you are saying they authorized it as part of the settlement in terms of the decision of the 8th of August. So my question is, what does that mean in the context of what I'm looking for?
Okay, let me give you that context, Mr. Chairman. There was another review that was happening at the same time. Oliver Wyman.
Legal review?
No, this is a management consulting team. They were part of the Marsh McLennan group. Was doing a review on assessing the veracity of the claims submitted by the partners, the McKinsey and Trillian, in the project. And at that stage, there was a draft report available. And in that report, it said that an amount of approximately 134 million was owing, or can be said to be owing, to the subcontractor, which was Trillian. And that report also recommended that any further payments that should be subject to a legal review. They do make the disclaimer that it's not a legal opinion, but they set out the basis for their calculations, the methodology that they used to check the claims that McKinsey and its partner made, and that's the basis of the basis that you're looking for, on which the BTC then made that decision and said, okay, because it's still outstanding, it can be made as part of the settlement process.
But was it excluded from the ambit of the legal review? In other words, was the legal review not going to include whether that payment should be made?
That was how it was interpreted at the time. Subsequent to that, we would then, change our view.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure.
Mr. Selega.
Yes, and I understand the chairperson's question. Ms. Daniels, I think, just clarify to the chairperson. What happened, Chair? Oliver Wyman and Marsh does that draft report in which they say, after they've reviewed the invoices of Trillian and McKinsey, there appears to be this 134 million that has to be paid. But they say, note that this does not constitute a legal opinion on the share due to the BEE partner. That is out of the scope of our work. So they're saying, well, get the legal opinion.
Yes.
This falls outside of our scope.
Yes.
No, that is correct, Mr. Chairman. But what I wanted to say for you, while it might not have been clear at BTC level, what happens factually in the operations is that Mr. Mabalani writes to Trillian and says, we did a contract review, we owe you 134 million, please invoice us.
Yes.
Which is aside from what is happening
In the
at
meeting.
the decision and the legal opinion.
Yeah, they were not aware of that, or were they aware of that? That is the BTC, of that correspondence.
At the time, they weren't, because that happened immediately after the meeting. I'm not so sure about the timing, but it was in that period. That letter went out very quickly. Trillion invoiced Eskom paid within, I think, within a day.
Yes.
Are you not talking about a letter of 16 February 2017?
No,
Because we don't have the letter you're referring to.
no, that's something, because there was a specific letter about the
134 million.
the 134 million.
But if it is
The
made,
letter was,
if it is made or issued after BTC meeting, it was then consistent with the BTC decision, which I've just read, or I read it earlier. They are approving a payment of 134 million to the BEE partner, who is not mentioned in the resolution. But we know is Trillion, which is owned by Mr. Salim Essa as the majority shareholder. But we don't have that letter.
Would you have that letter in your, among your documents, Ms. Daniels?
Mr. Chairman, I should have it. I will provide it to the Commission.
Okay, all right.
It should be attached to that report that I was mentioning as well, so I should have it.
Yes. But before Eskom would pay such a large amount of money, allegedly in terms of some contract, would the legal department not first have had the matter brought to them to say, can we go ahead and pay? Would it be lawful if we pay, or would that not happen? I'm wondering whether before Mr. Mavilane sent that letter, he wouldn't have sent it via, or rather, first raise the issue with the legal department to say, we are about to pay, is it okay legally?
No, Mr. Chairman, it's not always the case. That would have been within his delegation of authority to pay.
Yes.
So it doesn't always, not all payments would come to the legal department.
Even if it's a large amount, or maybe 134 million was not regarded as large.
In the Eskom context, 134 million was large.
It was not a large amount, yeah. Okay, all right.
That's just.
Yes. Okay, all right, Mr. Silega. Oh, you wanted to add something?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to, I'll also give you the approved minutes, say that the payment of 134 million was to finalize payments up to August 2016. So I will just double check with Mr. Seleka, because that's the minute that I have.
Yeah, we have those minutes.
Are you mentioning that with a view to saying it wouldn't fall under further payment?
Yeah, that's why I said, that's why how the BTC understood it, if I have the correct extract.
Mr. Selek?
Yes, no, we have both the minutes and that extract.
Yes, yes.
That extract I read to you, Ms. Daniels. So they read the same.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay, all right. Well, subject to what somebody else might say, on the face of it, it seems to me that either the BTC didn't apply their minds properly to what they were doing before making this authorization, they may have some understanding that I've not been told about. What do you say to that? From your point of view, does their decision make sense? That's what I want, because you were at the meeting, you were the group company secretary. Are you able to say you think it does make sense because of ABCD?
It's very difficult with hindsight to say that, Mr. Chair, for just one reason is that, you know, the information put before them. But what I can say is that the meeting was incredibly rushed. I don't think that the BTC applied its mind to the extent that it normally did. Because it was a December meeting, it was quite rushed.
Mr. Siliga.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Daniels, that was not the last payment, because there's another meeting which was pending. Well, maybe not pending, but would take place in the following year, in February 2017. And another payment was made. In fact, two payments, one to Trillion and the other to McKinsey. 176 million to Trillion and 348 million to McKinsey. Can you tell the chairperson how that came about? Because it still ties in with the legal review that you are still waiting for. That legal review has not been received, and a decision was made again to make these two payments, one to Trillion and the other to McKinsey. Well, let me say this to you, because you would have seen from the affidavits of Mr. Mutley, what Mr. Koko has also testified about, that you signed a memorandum, I think on the 20th of February 2017, which again they say caused payment to be made in February 2017. So they blame you again for signing that memorandum. Now please tell the chairperson what happened.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Koko has been gloating about this memorandum since the parliamentary committee days. And it's actually just quite a deflection of what actually happened at the time. I can't quite remember the meeting of the 8th of February, but what I can tell you was around the circumstances around the memo, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
In early February, we still did not have the full documentation. And we had to really hound Mr. Governor to provide the documentation that was required. I think Mr. Mudley provided a list to Mr. Governor's secretary as to what was required. And it took some time to get that. I think the meeting only took place on the 7th of February between Mr. Mudley and his team and Mr. Governor and the team that was managing the McKinsey project. So the documentation and the legal review was not done by the 8th of February when the meeting took place. I would have said that it wasn't done. I think then what happened is Mr. Mudley and his team went away and worked on the documentation. And it was only subsequent to the meeting that that the findings were that we actually may not have a contract. You would have seen it in Mr. Mudley's documents, in his affidavit. He raised quite a number of issues, and the fact about the suspensive conditions only came about subsequent to the meeting of the 8th of February. I think it was then that that we...
Sorry, sorry, I'm interrupting you, but the suspensive conditions, how is it that external lawyers saw the suspensive conditions, but Eskom and the internal lawyers didn't appreciate the need for the fulfillment of those conditions?
And that, of course, would include you, because as company secretary, as I understand the position, you are required to advise the board on compliance, isn't it? Compliance with the law.
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer for the lawyers at the time because I wasn't involved when the contract was put in place. And by the time I got involved, to all intents and purposes, the contract was cancelled. And the only issue that we were talking about was settlement and payments to the parties. So it was from that perspective, because the issue of the suspensive conditions only arose once we went through all the documentation.
Yeah, which makes it all the more important to wait for the legal review. So you had two meetings during the time Eskom was awaiting a legal review, and those two meetings, on two separate occasions, decide to make payments without the legal review. And when the legal review ultimately comes out, it tells you that this agreement doesn't seem to have even come into being. So it's more troubling. You follow?
I follow, but you must understand, I did not read the 8th of February meeting as approvals for any payments, because we were still busy with what we were doing. And it was only during that process that I think a more thorough investigation into the contract and how it came about was actually taking place.
Yeah.
If you look at the documentation before that, I can't remember the advocate who, there was actually a senior counsel opinion who said that Eskom should not get into this contract. The operations people ignored that. But that only surfaced much later. So that's what I'm saying. There's you are assuming a well-oiled system here, but the documents were fragmented and not presented together. So it was very hard to see the full picture until after the fact.
The 8th of February 2017 meeting. We have the minutes and we have the extract again signed by you. It's definitely a payment approval. So, and I will read for the record, it's in Eskom Bundle 14 bracket C, page 875.3. It was resolved that the feedback on the settlement reached with McKinsey and the payment of 460 million rand by Eskom as part thereof in full and final settlement of all claims in terms of the master service agreement be noted and supported by the BTC. And then the chairperson was asking a question whether this is going to pay McKinsey and the BEE partner. The answer was it was confirmed that all subcontractors to McKinsey would be paid from the 460 million rand to be paid by Eskom. And then the last two payments were made. This is on the 8th of February. Those payments were made on the 22nd of February. And can you remember the date when CDH provided its opinion?
On the 17th of February, I think it was.
On the 17th. And they gave the final one on the 28th of February, 2017. By that time, Eskom had paid all the money that it had undertaken to pay.
That's correct. And in that time, CDH was instructed to draft the settlement letter.
Yeah.
It was signed by McKinsey and Eskom.
Anyway, the facts, Chair, are just the same. In respect of the December payment, the same applies. December 2016, the same applies in February 2017. The legal review had not been obtained, and decisions were made to make this payment. Is John that? Is the chairperson on that? The minutes of the meeting.
Oh, what page are they?
Oh. You have
Our bundle, start with the bundle.
Eskom Bundle 14, page
Yes.
875.3. Oh, 14C.
875. Or is it a
875.3.
different bundle? Okay.
So
Yes.
875.3 is an extract again from the minutes, which is signed by Ms. Daniels. The minutes continue on the next page. But I just read the resolution to her.
Oh, you just read the resolution part.
Yes,
Is that the one that says the feedback on the settlement?
correct, Chair.
Okay, yes.
The feedback on settlement reached with McKinsey and the payment of 460 million rand by Eskom as part thereof in full and final settlement of all claims in terms of the master service agreement be noted and supported by the BTC. It even seems, Ms. Daniels, as if the BTC was simply rubber stamping or noting what had already been done or decided to be done. Could you hear me?
I'm just trying to, I'm just reading again, Mr.
Because they note and support.
Yes, they noted it and supported it. And I'm just trying to think, what were they supporting?
The payment of 460 million. So the same applies. In December 2016, The same as in February 2017. There's no legal review, Ms. Daniels, and these decisions are made. The legal review, when it ultimately comes out, it says, but the suspensive conditions are not fulfilled. You may not even have been liable for this amount to McKinsey and Trillion.
And quite frankly, when it comes to suspensive conditions, doesn't seem to me that you need lawyers only. I would imagine that people who are at management level, senior management level, even if they were not lawyers, they would know that if their department or their entity concluded an agreement with somebody and there were suspensive conditions, they would know that until the suspensive conditions were complied with, then they would have to be under no obligation. Well, do you want to deal with what I've just said now before you go to what Mr. Selega said? Do you have a different
I agree
view?
with you, Chairman, and I think that that is why there was that move to cancel, to cancel the contract, or the purported cancellation way back in June 2016, when they said there was a failure to meet the terms and conditions.
Yeah, but wasn't that after some payments had been made?
I don't think payments have been made just yet, Mr. Chairman. They actually made payments starting from, I think, August 2016.
Well, that would make it worse, isn't it?
Yes.
If in
Yes.
June they were aware that suspensive conditions had not been met, and they knew the effect of the non-fulfillment of suspensive conditions, and nevertheless, a month or two later, they went along with the authorization of payment and the payment, then it just makes it worse. Would you not agree?
Yes, I agree with that.
Yes, because I was raising this issue of saying, well, you don't have to be a lawyer, really, to know the effect of suspensive conditions. You might be, if you are a senior manager, if you are at a certain level, you would know, or you should know as far as I'm concerned. Now, if they knew, but nevertheless went along to make payment or to say payment must be authorized, then certainly one is not dealing with an issue of oversight then. One is maybe dealing with something much more serious than that. You'd go along with that?
I would go along with that, Mr. Chairman. That was the conclusion that we came to after going through all the documentation. I had a very, very lengthy discussion with Mr. Moodley once I had the chance to read his opinion. We had then, I did. I can't remember if Mr. Moodley was on the phone or what, but I went and spoke to Mr. Singh and said that we had actually made a mistake by making these payments.
Yes, well, of course, on the basis of what I said, if they knew that suspensive conditions had not been complied with and they knew the effect of suspensive conditions, then it couldn't have been a mistake. They made payments knowing that they should not be making payments, or they authorized payments in circumstances where they knew that they should not have done that. They must have had some other reason for doing so.
I would agree with you, knowing what I know now, Mr. Chairman. You know, at that stage, I was wanting to give
the benefit of
the doubt to my colleagues. But from what I know now, I would agree with you.
Mr. Selega.
So what did Mr. Singh say? when you approached him?
I can't repeat it in public.
What did
Did-
Mr. Singh say?
Did you say something you can't say in public?
Yes,
Oh, is that what she said?
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
I would be
Whatever
I would be swearing.
whatever it is that he said, what did it reflect about what he thought about what you had raised?
He said, "Oh my word, we are,"
And then the word that you can't say.
that I can't say.
Okay. Do you think he was making you to think that it may have been a genuine mistake?
Knowing what I know now, Mr. Chairman, I think he was trying to do that.
Yeah. But at that time, is that the impression you got, that he was accepting that he was saying that we made a mistake, we made a genuine mistake?
I don't think I would go as far as that. I just think what he was saying is, "Oh my gosh, we've screwed up,"
Yeah.
in colloquial terms.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
it was, at that stage, I thought, when I said to him, because Mr. Mudley had then taken me through, in a very lengthy process, the thought process behind how they got to that conclusion. And I immediately went to see Mr. Singh about it.
Did you also take him through the same process?
The reasonings.
Yeah, the reasoning, okay. Mr. Slager?
Thank you. Ms. Daniels, but was he not already aware that there was no legal review yet when those two decisions were made in December and in February?
I'm not sure, Mr. Sleka. I don't recall Mr. Singh being present at the meetings. We would have to check the minutes, but Mr. Governor was in contact with him. But like I said, just for the benefit of my colleagues at the time, that's I just assumed it was bona fide.
Mr. Singh was at the meeting of the 8th of February.
Okay, then you would have known.
Then he would have known. Yeah, I can immediately see whether he was in the December meeting as well. But anyway, you said earlier that the executives were manipulating the situation in order to make the payment. Are you saying this now on reflection, or did you observe this that time when this was taking place?
It wasn't immediate at the time because, Mr. Chairman, my attention at that stage was between the McKinsey Trillion issues, the nuclear issues. Eskom was being sued in terms of municipal debt and all of those things, or we were suing, and there was quite a bit happening. When I had the time to reflect, and I testified about this in Parliament, that this was my conclusion, having then put everything together, because subsequent to February 2017, we then did our own investigations. There were quite a number of investigations into the McKinsey Trillion matter. There was the G9 Forensic Services report, there was the Bowman's investigation, and there was my own team's investigation into it. And we put all of this information together so we then could see that the processes were manipulated.
So Mr. Singh had tendered an apology in respect of the meeting of the 13th of December, 2016. But he was one of the officials authorized in terms of the resolution to negotiate and conclude the settlement process with McKinsey. So I suppose you would have told him after this meeting.
Or Mr. Governor, you would have gotten a, that's why I would have prepared the extracts.
So, okay. So your answer to my question is, you knew already then, you observed then that they were manipulating the situation to make this, payment?
No, after.
Oh, yeah, after.
Yes. It wasn't obvious at that stage, Mr. Chairman, because, like I said, there was what was happening at committee level, and then the processes that were, the payment processes that were happening, the letters that were being written, etc.
Yes.
At operational level, which we not ordinarily have sight of. And Mr. Governor had full delegated authority in this matter.
Just the one last thing, Chair. Ms. Daniels, we've just been emailed the letter that you referred to, the letter of the 13th of December 2016. I will read it to the record. It's a letter from Eskom to Dr. Eric Wood, Group Chief Executive Officer, Trillion Capital Partners, Melrose Arch, Sandton. Dear Dr. Wood, McKinsey Master Service Agreement. Further to your letter dated 27 August 2016, Eskom would like to inform you of a decision taken by Board of Eskom on 13 December 2016 in relation to the McKinsey MSA contract settlement process. It is our understanding that you were the BEE partner on this contract. Upon an external review of the program, benefits including payment made to date, it has come to our attention that the BEE partner's portion has not been fully settled. To that end, an amount of 134 million rand is due to yourself. The last paragraph reads, in relation to any further payments associated with the McKinsey MSA contract, Eskom is currently considering the outcome of the external benefits review and legal advice. We will provide you with further correspondence in this regard in due course. Yours sincerely, Edwin Mabelani, 13 December 2016. Well, it seems to convey a message. 134 million is due to you, but any further payments, we still await the outcome, currently considering the outcome of external benefits review and legal advice. So there seems to have been knowledge on at least the part of Mr. Mabelani that you would consider a legal advice in regard to making any further payments.
Yes, at that stage, but it was subsequently disregarded.
Mr. Mabelane, in that letter, seems to write on the basis that the 134 million rand is excluded or was excluded from was excluded from the pending legal review. I think this is something that you seem to have said earlier on in response to one of my questions too. Is that your understanding of his letter as well?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is my understanding of his letter.
What was the basis for excluding any payments from the legal review as you understood the position?
As at that time, they utilized, or let's say the officials utilized the decision of August 2016, and together with, when he talks about the external benefits review, in that letter, he's talking about that report that I mentioned, the Oliver Wyman report. And it's in that report that they say there may be 134 million due to the BEE partner, to the subcontractor.
But it had been decided by whoever it was who made the decision that there was a need for a legal review on whether or not payments should be made or further payments should be made. When was that decision taken by whoever took that decision?
I took the decision on the 5th of December,
Yeah.
2016. The Oliver Wyman report that came out on the 15th of December also recommended that Eskom conduct a legal review.
So that was the decision that you took, and you took it in December 2016,
Yes.
way after the meeting of 8 August.
Yes,
And Mr. Mabelane's letter is dated what?
13
the 13th.
13 December 2016.
13 December. Was that after? That would be after you had made the decision.
Yes,
But when you made the decision, did you exclude the 134 million rand from the need for a legal opinion?
Mr. Chairman, my decision was not based on figures or payments or anything. It was it would have included the 134 million if I look back now, because my decision was based on the fact that I was presented with a contract and 2 letters of demand, one from McKinsey and one from Trillian, demanding
Yes.
payment from Eskom.
Yes.
You
So,
see, so it wasn't yet related to, for want of a better word, the nitty-gritty of which
Yes.
payments were where.
but was your decision this? We need to have a legal opinion on whether any payments should be made to Trillian or McKinsey. Was that the ambit of your decision,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
which seems to me to have been all-embracing?
Yes, because firstly, the contract was signed in January. I think the first letter of demand was dated June 2016. The other one was dated August. They were, it was so quick. Those were the red flags for me. And that is why I emailed Mr. Mudley and said, we need to do a legal review here. You see, I had no knowledge of the other issues at that point.
But earlier, on the 8th of August, the BTC had said some payments needed to be made. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did that decision, did the 134 million rand fall within the payments that the BTC said should be paid on the 8th of August, as you understood the decision?
On the 8th of August, the amount was 800 million.
Yes.
So what the officials did is that 134 million was then calculated into that 800 million.
So you understood the officials who, including Mr. Mabelane, who said that 134 million was owed by Eskom. You understand them to have regarded the 134 million as part of the 800 and something million that the BTC talked about.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Selega?
Yes. But Ms. Daniels, even on that basis, on that score, the draft report of Oliver Wyman, which I read earlier, did say in respect of the 134 million that we are not making a legal opinion in respect of that share of the BEE partner. That is out of our scope. You need to obtain legal advice on that, even on that 134 million. So how could they... Yeah, no, I'm just testing this.
Yes.
Yeah, just testing this reasoning. Why would they still say this amount of 134 should not be subjected to legal review? It should be taken as part and parcel of the decision that was made on the 8th of August 2016. And yeah, why exclude it when the very expert you have obtained to give you an assessment on the work that was given is saying to you, it appears that this amount might be due, but I'm not giving you legal opinion on it. Please obtain legal opinion.
Like, I can't speak for the officials involved in terms of their thinking because they did not consult with me. What I am saying is based on the way that the manner in which the letters and correspondence is phrased, that is how the system was manipulated. I accept that, Oliver Wyman did not give a legal opinion on that. But if you look at the documentation, that Oliver Wyman report was used as the rational basis for making that payment.
Also, do you know of any reason why anybody who knew that you had said there was a need for a legal opinion on whether further payments or payments should be made by Eskom under this contract, why they would have gone ahead to have payments made without saying to you, your issue relating to the legal opinion, does it affect this as well or not? Do you know why they wouldn't have done that?
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman. They, the manner in which the Eskom executives worked was it wasn't consistent. So they would consult the legal team when they needed to, or when they thought it was necessary, or when they created issues. But in this instance, I think it was not to bring it to my attention. Because
I think that even with the fact that the BTC may have made a decision in August that certain payments should be made, once you raise the issue, I would have thought that anybody who was aware that you were raising the issue of whether Eskom was legally obliged to make any payments, I would have thought that they would say, hang on, let's wait for this opinion, even about whatever the PTC may have decided, because they may have made that decision without the benefit of a legal opinion. And if the legal opinion came, it might persuade them to rescind their own decision.
I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. It didn't happen in this case.
Okay, Mr. Seleka.
Yeah. Sure, the last question, but Ms. Daniels, when the executives come here, they're going to blame you. They're going to say you didn't advise them, or that you signed for something to be done, which should not have been done. And even the memo, Mr. Koko has said, You told the Parliament, or you said in your supplementary, it was an error of judgment. So you need to
Yes, Mr.
you need to address those
Okay.
allegations.
Okay. I think the first one is, I think one needs to be aware of the hierarchy of power and authority within Eskom. And, these executives must take accountability for the decisions they made. My tenure during my time as company secretary, compliance officer, legal advisor, when it suited the executives, they would get the opinions. Unfortunately, and then, conveniently say to us, well, we take the risk, so we can ignore them. Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things in the Eskom delegation of authority, legal advice is not binding. The executive does have that authority to override and actually take the risk. So that is something that one has to look at. So, when they say that the lawyers didn't advise them, they either didn't ask or they did things that said, okay, I'm going to override you, which happened in this instance often. And so I think that's the first part. So they need to take the accountability for making those decisions because they signed off, they had the full delegated authority from the board, and they decided to act against legal advice. Secondly, I had indicated that I had signed that memo and I said it was a lapse of judgment. At the time, I thought that my signature on that memo, and that memo had actually triggered payment. It actually was not so. So I think Mr. Koko is using it, and it's unfortunate for me that he is using it as a great deflection from what actually went down at the time. That memo was sent to me on the 20th of February. So that was quite some days after payments had actually been made. The instruction to draft the settlement letter had been provided to CDH and bypassed me. Mr. Mudley's affidavit says that the instruction came from me. It actually did not. It came from Mr. Govender, because I put them in, they were in direct contact with each other. And that changes to the settlement letter with even the proposed drafts that CDH had made so that Eskom is protected was overridden by Mr. Govender, and Mr. Mabelani sent the letter to Dr. Weiss, and it was signed, I think, on the 16th of February.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. So by the time I get the memo, payments are already in place, or payment processes are already in place, the settlement has been signed, and the reason I say it was a lapse in judgment, Mr. Chairman, is Mr. Govender came to my office, I had external parties, he waited outside until I signed, and I did sign it without asking for the supporting documentation. So that is where I took the accountability of saying I didn't actually apply my mind to that, but I think Mr. Koko must not mislead the public and you by saying that, look here, I was responsible, I didn't sign this, I didn't pay that. The payments had already been made or were in the process of being made. So the signature or non-signature of that document is actually irrelevant. The fact remains that Trillian and McKinsey were paid the balance of the payments.
The payments were made on 22 February 2017.
And the letter is on?
The letter is
memo,
this.
or whichever, the letter or memo that she says she signed.
She says she received it on the 20th of February.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
And it was signed on the same day?
But
Was it signed on the
No.
day you received it? When did
No,
you sign it?
Mr. Chairman, I signed it late the next day.
21.
Because I was in meetings. And then it still had to go to Mr. Coco and it wasn't signed. So, you know, that document, he refused to sign it. He says, I brought it to him. I did not. It went through Mr. Governor was the one running around with the memo. And it wasn't signed by Mr. Coco. He was then chief executive at the time.
Okay. Do we stop there for today?
Yes, Chair. But let me just add what she was saying. By that time already, the 16th of February, 2017, Mr. Edwin Mabelane had sent a letter to McKinsey saying, we're going to pay you the final amount. We'll stop here for today.
Okay, we'll stop here, Ms. Daniels, for today. But of course, you will be coming back on Friday at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Is 2 o'clock the earliest you can make in terms of, from your side, in terms of the difference in time? Or is 1 o'clock also doable?
It is doable, Mr. Chairman. I'll just have to go to bed earlier. It is 5 o'clock in the morning here
Okay.
when it's 2 o'clock in the
Okay,
afternoon.
no, that's fine. Let's leave it at 2 o'clock. It's just that, Mr. Slega, I'm thinking we might finish earlier with the morning witness of Friday. Is it Mr. Pamensky?
No, it's the former Minister Lynn Brown.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay. No.
Yeah.
No, okay, no. I thought it was Mr. Pamensky. No. Let's leave it at 2 o'clock because.
But we might finish early.
We might finish
with
early.
With her, we might finish early.
With Ms. Daniels?
Yes.
Yeah, no, okay. Let's leave the arrangement at 2 o'clock. Say you will testify at 2 o'clock. Okay, all right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to take a short adjournment before the next witness takes the stand to give you a chance to set up.
Thank you.
Okay, we adjourn. Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
You ready, Mr.
We are ready.
Slacker?
We are ready, Chairperson.
Yes,
Our next witness is Ms. Nonhlanhla Kraai.
yes.
Shall I first take the oath or?
Yes, no, that's fine. I understand she's legally represented. Shall we
Oh,
get
yes.
her legal representatives to place themselves on record first?
Thank you, Chair.
You can do it from where you are if your mic is working.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Deirdre Huisen from the Johannesburg Society of Advocates. I've got with me Kuvashin Padiachi, my instructing attorney, who's to my left.
Okay, thank you. Okay, please administer the oath of affirmation.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Nonhlanhla Kraai.
Do you have any objection to taking?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that was loud enough. Please just speak up more.
My name is Nonhlanhla Kraai.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, Chair. Just by way of background information for the next witness, and I'll refer to the files in due course. Ms. Kraai is a former employee of Eskom. Her testimony to the Commission is on a very narrow aspect. This is the person who Mr. Masango said was supposed to meet with way back on the 10th of March 2015. He could not meet with her because of the meeting he had at Melrose Arch on that day. On his way back to, what is it?
Kusile
Kusile.
Power Station.
On the way back to Kusile, he telephoned Ms. Kraai and told her about the strange meeting, as he calls it, that he had at Melrose Arch. They then had another meeting on the 11th, early morning on the 11th of March 2015. And in respect of both the conversation and that meeting, Ms. Kraai will give her recollection of what happened. She might at the end also be given the opportunity to respond to Mr. Koko's allegations in regard to her. Thank you.
Yeah, basically, Ms. Kraai is the person that Mr. Masango says he told or informed her about the meeting that he says he attended with Mr. Koko and Mr. Salim Essa at Melrose Arch.
Correct.
On the 10th.
Correct.
So Ms. Krai's evidence will seek to say whether that is so. Mm-hmm. But if it did happen, it happened in the telephone conversation that Mr. Masango says he had with Ms. Kraai.
Yes.
After that meeting on the 10th, as well as in another meeting, or in a meeting the following day.
Correct.
But Mr. Masango may have talked about a meeting on the side of the road and so on, but Ms. Kraai will deal with all of that.
Correct.
Yes.
That's
okay,
correct.
all right.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The affidavits, Ms. Kraai has provided the Commission with 2 affidavits.
And maybe just to mention, because not everybody might remember the meeting of the 10th as much as we do.
Yes.
The meeting of the 10th of March 2015 that Mr. Masango testified about is the meeting where he says he was told about the suspension of the Eskom executives even before they were suspended. And Mr. Koko has said no such meeting took place.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Kraai has provided the Commission with 2 affidavits. They are found in Eskom Bundle 14, bracket A. The first one is on page 52. Ms. Kraai, you will have the same bundle in front of you. Eskom Bundle 14, bracket A, page 52.
Page 52.
If you, page 52.
I don't see page 50.
No, she will help you.
No, that's not me. It's referring to the black tab. Oh,
Follow, okay.
Oh,
That's
just
her first
explain
time.
the black numbers to her.
Yeah, that's her first time. Okay, we follow the black pagination on the,
Here.
that's right, the top left-hand corner. And so are you there on page 52?
yes, I am.
There's an affidavit there, the undersigned, Nonhlanhla Kraai. The affidavit runs up to page 59,
That's correct.
where there
Mr.
is a
President.
signature. You confirm that to be your signature?
Yes, that's correct.
The
That's right.
affidavit,
That is the signature on just above the words signature of deponent.
Okay.
Is that your signature?
yeah.
On page 59.
Yes, page
Yes,
59.
that's correct.
There are 2
Mr. Chair.
signatures, so I just wanted to make sure that you know which one we're talking about.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. That's my
Okay, all right.
signature.
Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. The affidavit is dated 24 November 2020. Just go back to that page with your signature on it, page 59.
Okay, just wait.
Or have you moved
Page
away?
59, the black numbers on the top left-hand corner.
2020-12-11.
The page where your signature is the one we were talking about just now.
On what page are you now?
I'm on page 59.14.
Okay, go back.
Okay.
Yes,
24 November 2020.
you confirmed the date. So you confirm the correctness of the contents of your affidavit.
Yes, it's correct, although I had to correct some errors.
Okay.
Yes, after I submitted my initial affidavit.
Okay, so those corrections will be apparent in your
In
supplementary
my
affidavit.
supplementary affidavit that
Okay.
I submitted.
We will go into it. Chairperson, I beg leave to have this affidavit on page 52 to 59, dated 24 November 2020, admitted as Exhibit U26.1.
And the affidavit of Ms. Nonhlanhla Kraai, starting at page 52, is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as Exhibit U26.1.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Kraai, then turn to page 59.1. You are there. Between tram lines, or those 2 lines there, you see supplementary affidavit. You
Yes,
see that? I, the undersigned, Nonhlanhla Kraai, that's on page 59.1. This affidavit runs up to page 59.14. 114. You see that?
Yes, Mr. Select.
And above the word deponent, there's a signature there. Do you confirm that to be your signature?
That's correct. That's my signature.
Okay, the date stamp on the commissioner's stamp is 11 December 2020. I read that one because I see you didn't write the date on which you signed.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than that, do you confirm the contents of the affidavit to be yours
Yes, it's mine.
and the correctness of what is contained in there?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Chairperson, I beg leave to have the affidavit, marked supplementary affidavit, on page 59.1 to 59.14, admitted as Exhibit U26.2.
And that affidavit is admitted as an exhibit and will be marked as Exhibit U26.2.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Kraai, just by way of background, could you tell the chairperson what is your profession or your qualification?
Okay. My qualification is BCom Honors in accounting, and I just obtained my master's in development finance.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes. And when did you join Eskom?
I joined Eskom in 1994 as a graduate in training because they were sponsoring my studies.
I see. And you would have progressed in your career, I suppose, or positions within Eskom?
Yes, I did progress, and if maybe I can take the chair through that progression at high level. As I've said, I started as a graduate in training in one of the power stations. Then I was appointed as a management accounting manager in 2002 in another power station. And I moved to be a middle manager in 2006, also in different power stations. And in 2009, I moved to Kusile Power Station Project as a middle manager, project accounting manager. Then in 2016, I was appointed as a senior manager in oversight and monitoring assurance in the portfolio delivery of the project. Then my last job was a senior manager in fuel procurement, primary energy in Eskom.
Yes. So between 2009, April 2009, to October 2016, you say you were the project and financial accounting manager.
Accounting manager, that's correct, Mr. Select.
At Kusile.
At Kusile Power Station Project.
Yeah. Okay.
So it will be fair to say you are a learned person.
I am.
A learned person.
I think it's fair, and I'm also very knowledgeable.
Very knowledgeable.
That's true.
So if you had an encounter at work which was different from normal, you would notice that, you would remember that.
I think so. I will remember.
Yeah.
I think so.
Now, Mr. Masango has testified before the Commission and has provided the Commission with an affidavit. We have given you that affidavit, and I know from your affidavit that you have also listened to his testimony. He talks about giving you...
Well, before you go there, Mr. Slega, do you want to ask her what her duties were in her position in 2015? What were your duties, general, insofar as they may be relevant to your interactions with Mr. Masango at work?
Mr. Chair,
In other words, what connected you with Mr. Masango?
okay. I belong to Group Capital Finance, or I will say Finance Division. Then when I was appointed, you get seconded to a project where we signed, we call it a service level agreement to say you will providing the services in terms of financial accounting, project accounting, just making sure all your accounting entries are taken care of. But I was also responsible to make sure we call it short-term budget, medium-term budget, the preparation thereof, and the submission, responsible for all your financial audits within the project, your cash flow management from your monthly, quarterly, yearly, and your cost to completion, your overall business case of the project. I think it is important that I mention that the delegation of the business case, which was your 169 billion, including your IDC, was delegated to Mr. Masango. My delegation was only limited to my finance cost center, but I was there to make sure that there's processes in place, the business case is executed within the budget that was allocated to the project.
What was, so were both of you based at Kusile Power Station, that is yourself and Mr. Masango,
That's,
in 2015?
yes, that's correct, Mr. Chair.
And what was Mr. Masango's position or title at Kusile at that time, if you are able to remember?
Mr. Masango was a project director for Kusile. Basically, he was responsible for the project.
Yes.
Yes.
The two of you been working at Kusile Power Station for quite some time. By March 2015?
Yes, I joined Kusile Power Station project 1st of April 2009, Chair.
Yes, okay. Did your duties require you to have meetings with Mr. Masango at certain intervals or at all, or not really?
Yes, my duties required that I have meetings with Mr. Masango, except for our standing meetings. We used to have a steering committee, which used to sit on Tuesdays, where we discuss the progress of the project, but from different obvious stakeholders. But as a finance person, it was important that from time to time we engage. I will say we will engage sometimes on a weekly basis if it's necessary, if I foresee the risk, because part of my responsibility was to identify the risk and say from the financial point of view, how can it be mitigated? Because your numbers, they talk to the scope of work, they talk to the milestone, what needs to be executed at the project. Therefore, I cannot just take a financial decision without Mr. Masango and other project managers in a project.
And when you talk about the risk to the project or risks to the project, you talk about the Kusile project?
Kusile project, yes, the financial risk of us going beyond the allocated budget, approved allocated budget, the business case, yes. That was my role, to make sure that identify those risks, we put mitigation in place and say, what are we gonna do?
Okay, Mr. Selega, do you want to take it from there?
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms. Kraai, I was going into the telephone conversation that Mr. Masango has testified about and wrote about in his affidavit, that he gave you that call. It was a return call on the 10th of March 2015 to tell you why he couldn't answer your calls to him and why he was unable to be available for the meeting. I would like you to give the chairperson your recollection of what transpired on that day, and how it came about that Mr. Masango spoke with you about this meeting he had.
Thank you, Mr. Seleka. Mr. Chair, before I can give the recollection of the events that happened over the phone with Mr. Masango, I think it is important that I just give the background to that, what led to Mr. Masango calling me, returning my call. Yes. There was I prepared the presentation looking at the cost to completion, or should I say, we call it the MYPD3, which was the target. It's your multi-year price determination that Eskom used when they applied the tariff increase to NERSA. Once it was approved, you get given the target to say, this was the target, you work within that target. There was a meeting that was scheduled to take place on the 11th of March, 2015.
And what meeting was that?
Yes, the meeting was to discuss the presentation and highlight few contracts, or we used to call them packages, that we're gonna overspend, and we had to make decision to say, yes, as much as we were still within the business overall budget for the project, but those specific contracts are beyond their allocated budget. So you need to make a decision and say, do we draw the money from the contingency? We had the contingency that was approved, given to the project, but you also need to follow the process. But you cannot just make that decision just because a package is overspending, you just go and withdraw from the project. You have to follow, justify, understand what happened, because some of these risks, you find that it's just a once-off risk. The consequences will, once you mitigate the risk, then the budget will realign itself. That's the importance of the meeting. And in that meeting already...
Was that meeting a meeting of a certain committee that has got a name? Or
No, it wasn't a committee, yeah. Because if you check the subject on the email, it was saying MYPD3 discussions. So we were going to discuss it with specific project managers whose contracts or packages were overspending.
Who were going to attend that meeting?
It was going to be myself, I think, and two of my colleagues were invited, and those specific project managers.
Give me their names?
Okay, I'll try to recall. Can I? Okay, it was myself, there was Buitumelo, there was Dudu from the finance side, and I can recall Ruben Morari was Avi was going to attend, Mildred Nyoga was going to attend. There was a BNV guy, I can't remember the name.
You don't have to mention all of them, but
yes.
At least those were some of the
Basically, it's your multidiscipline from construction, contracts management, facilities.
Yeah, you said one of them was Dudu who?
Dudu Ngema.
Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned another one, the first one.
Buitumelo.
And what
Those
is the
were
second?
my finance managers reporting to me.
Reporting to you?
Yes, they were
Okay.
reporting to me.
And was there somebody not reporting to you that was going to attend?
Yes, the others that I've mentioned,
Just
Chair,
mention two.
they were reporting to senior project managers or contracts. They were, I will say, technical people. They were not finance
Just
people.
mention two of them for me.
It was Ruben Mamorari
Yes.
It was Avi Diache,
Yes.
if I can recall.
Yes.
And there was a construction manager. I know it's a
No,
black and
Two is
white.
fine.
Yeah,
Two is
black
fine.
and
Two is
white.
fine. By the time you left Eskom, were they still there? Were they still employed by Eskom?
Yes, they were still employed by Eskom.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that they would remember the issue of that meeting?
Oh, okay. I think I was still going to explain to say, because the meeting was going to take place on the 11th, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
Yes, yes.
But I think they can recall that because the meeting did continue,
Yes.
although without Mr. Masango.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, continue. I interrupted you.
Yes. That's the background I wanted to give Mr. Chair to say the importance of that meeting, because we were already highlighting the risk that these packages were going to overspend by like a 2 billion.
Okay.
Yes, so it was important that Mr. Masango become part of that meeting to attend. But normally what happens, he will request that me and him, we meet so that I brief him of the challenges, what are we seeing as a finance department, so that when he meets the project managers, we all aligned, and he will say, how do I help finance, to achieve what we want to achieve? So there were really critical and crucial decisions that had to be taken.
So are you saying that whenever there was to be a meeting such as the one that was planned for the 11th,
Yes.
he would want to have a meeting with you
Yes.
ahead of that meeting?
Yes, ahead of that
So
meeting.
that you could brief him
I
on
brief him
finance
on
issues?
finance issues.
Yes.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Selega.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So on that day, he said he's got work commitment. That is on the 10th of March. He said he's got work commitments, but when he comes back from Megawatt Park,
Okay, before he said that, what gave rise to him saying that? Did you phone him? Did you meet in the morning? Or how did?
oh, sorry, the secretary called me to say, Mr. Masango would like to have a meeting with you when he comes back from Megawatt Park during lunchtime, so that you brief him about the meeting,
And
about the presentation, sorry.
do you remember around about what time of the day or morning this was? When his secretary called you?
No, Chair, I think that was the previous day. I can't remember.
The day before the
The
10th?
day before the 10th, yes.
The 9th?
The 9th, to say, Mr. Masango would like to have a meeting with you on the 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah, during lunchtime.
Yes.
So that you take him through the presentation.
Yeah.
Yeah, in preparation of the meeting that was going to take place on the 11th of March.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
So the secretary was arranging a meeting for you and Mr. Masango.
That's correct, during lunchtime.
meet during
Yes,
lunchtime
and
on
it
the
was
10th.
not unusual, Chair, because
Yeah.
when he's got an issue with finance, even when he's having lunch, he will call, he will ask the secretary that
Okay.
Ms. Nonhlanhla must come and see him so
Yeah.
that we discuss few issues.
Okay, all right. Mr.
That's
Selega.
correct.
Yes. So, did you have the meeting on the 10th?
No, Mr. Select, no, Chair, we didn't have a meeting.
What happened?
I think around lunchtime.
First of all, had you agreed to the suggestion that the two of you should have a meeting at
Yes, I did
lunchtime?
agree because
You
we
had
both
agreed.
on site, it's happening on site. You quickly go to his office, you
Okay.
brief him, then you continue with your normal duties.
Okay, but you say the meeting did not happen.
The meeting did not happen.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Selega is asking why did it not happen?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. During lunchtime, I think I call the secretary to check if Mr. Masango is back from his commitment at Megawatt Park.
Is this now on the 10th of March?
That is the 10th of March. Then the secretary said, no, he's not back yet. I think I waited for, if I can recall, 30 minutes or so, thinking maybe he's stuck in traffic, he will be back on. But then I call again, is Mr. Masango back on site? We call it site, Kusile Power Station project. Then she said to me, no, she's not back. Then I took a phone, I called Mr. Masango, to say, are we still gonna have a meeting? Because it was important for me. The 10th of March was also our month-end closing for finance. So I had to plan other things. I need to review the reports before they are submitted to head office. So I just wanted to say, are you still coming? Are we gonna meet, and continue what needs to happen? Then when I called, the phone chair did not even go to the voicemail. I couldn't even leave a voice message to say, and that was it. Then I continue with my normal duties.
You say it didn't even go into voicemail, your call.
I'm not sure whether it was full or what, but it just said, like, there was no space for me to leave. Yeah, there was no, like...
It was full.
I'm not sure whether it was full or what, but it just didn't go to, let me say it did not go to the voicemail.
And it did not ring?
No, it did not ring.
Or did it ring but didn't go into voicemail, or did it not ring?
No, it did not ring.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Slager?
I'm not sure, I can't, that's what I'm saying, I can't recall, but I don't remember leaving a voice message. Yes, Chair.
Yes, okay. No, that's fine. Now, you have called, well, the PA has said he hasn't come, the secretary has said he hasn't come back. You take the step to call him. You are unable to reach him. What do you do next? Do you go about your duties?
No, I think Chair, I went back to my normal duties. As I've mentioned that it was month end, there were a lot of reports that had to be submitted. We had a deadline of 5 o'clock that day to submit our report.
Yes.
Yes.
Does he ever come back to you?
Mr. Masango came back to me, I can't recall the exact time, but I think it was around 4. But later that day, he came back to me, Chair, and apologizing not coming back.
So he called you?
He called me.
And what did he say in the
He
conversation?
said, oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't come back to site, something strange happened. Then I'm like, oh, something strange.
Tell me about that telephone conversation between the two of you.
Yes.
As fully as you are able to.
Okay. Mr. Masango called me. He said, obviously, he was returning my call, saying he couldn't come to site and have the meeting as planned with me, apologizing for not coming back to site during lunchtime as arranged. Then he said to me something, I was called by Mr. Koko or Matela to come to a meeting at Melrose Arc. Then, okay, I just listened, because then he said it was a very strange, funny meeting. So I was just listening. Then when I arrived there, the reason why I couldn't call you or to say I'm not going to be able to meet a meeting, it's because my phone was taken at the entrance. I met Mr. Koko, I think at the balcony. They met somewhere. Then Mr. Koko took him to some room at Melrose Arc, where at the entrance he was asked to, surrender the phone at the entrance. They took his phone at the entrance. Then he was taken to some room, and in that room there was a indoda emfisha yendiya. That's what he said to me.
That's what he said in the telephone conversation.
Yeah, over the telephone.
Yes.
Yeah, over the conversation. Then.
And what did you say?
Then I said, oh, okay. What happened in that meeting? Chair, as far as I can recall 100%, Mr. Masango did not go further. He said to me, let's meet on site in the morning so that you still take me through the presentation and I will tell you the rest of like the story, what happened. Because for me it was like, oh, they took your phone, you know, what kind of meeting was that?
Okay. Did the conversation end?
The conversation was very brief, Chair.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, you said he said there was Indoda Mfishane in that meeting.
Yeah,
Do you
she
want
said to me,
Hang on. Do you want to say what you understood Indoda Mfishane to mean in English?
it was a short Indian man. That's
Okay,
what,
that's what that phrase means.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what the phrase means.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
But you said I think you said he was returning your call.
Yes.
But if your call didn't even go through, he wouldn't have known you had called.
That's what I'm saying. It did not ring. It only said ding. So I'm not sure, like, whether it
Whether
was
it-
just recording and maybe the voicemail was full. I don't know. But I couldn't leave the
Okay,
message,
alright.
Chair.
Mr. Selega?
Thank you. So, Ms. Kraai, did he mention to you that he had a meeting with this short Indian man and Mr. Koko?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. He did mention to say he had a meeting with Mr. Koko and the Indian gentleman, the short Indian gentleman.
And you are not mistaken about that?
No, I'm not mistaken about that, Mr. Chair.
So he agrees with you then. Well, let me ask you this before that. Did he mention anything about the suspensions to you on the telephone call?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Masango did not mention anything about the suspension of the four executives.
telephone conversation.
Yeah, on the conversation.
Okay. So he then agrees with you or proposes to you that he will tell you more details
Yeah,
the next day.
Yes, if I may say, Chair, it was like a casual, you get what I'm saying? It's like, let's meet in the morning, I will relate the rest of the story in the morning, not something,
Sorry.
I will say, not something like tense or, if I may
Yes.
say.
And did you meet the following morning?
Yes, we did meet, Chair.
Around what time was it?
It was around, if I may say, around 6 a.m. because he said to me, he needs to rush. There's another meeting at Megawatt Park.
Yes.
Yes, there's another meeting at Megawatt Park.
And the meeting that was going to involve the other, or project managers, I think you said, the other people, the bigger meeting, what time was it going to be?
It was going to take place between 10 and 12.
Okay, and you met
Yes.
with him at 6 a.m.
We met at 6 a.m. because he said he's not going to attend the meeting. He
Yes.
needs to go back to Megawatt Park. But I can continue with the meeting after
Yes.
I've briefed him,
Yes.
about the presentation, the risks that we've identified, and what will be the way forward in terms of handling the over expenditure that we were anticipating.
So he was going to tell you what
More or
his
less,
views
yeah, what his
were,
views are.
which you would share with the other
Which I
people
will
at the
share
meeting.
with the others, but they still need to take me through the details of why we find ourselves in this situation.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Now, this is now on the 11th of March.
Yes,
In the morning, He has promised you he will tell you the rest in the next morning. That is the morning. Do you ask him, or does he volunteer to tell you the rest about the meeting he had on the 10th of March?
If I can recall, Mr. Chair, I think he volunteered. He started, as we were going through the presentation, and he's like, hey, obviously repeating what he said to me over the phone to say, this strange meeting happened at I'm not going to repeat that. But then he went further, Chair, and said, in that meeting, as I was asking, what happened? My last question to him last night was, what happened? When he said, okay, let's meet, continue with the meeting, don't cancel it. The meeting that was going to take place between 10 and 12. In the morning, he says, I was told in that meeting that I'll be acting as a group capital executive as a executive for group capital. Then I think for me, more than I was like surprised and said, oh, okay, where is Mr. Dan Marokana going, who was his current manager, you know? And I can't recall, Chair, what was his response to my question, you know, because I even asked and say, who's gonna take over at Kusile, you know? Then that one, I remember, he said, I don't know. But still, in the morning of the 11th, he didn't mention the suspension of the 4 executives.
So, on the 10th, when he spoke to you on the phone, he told you that the reason why he didn't make it for the lunch meeting that he was going to have
the
with
reason
you.
he was calling me was
Hang on 1 second.
Yes, he
Hang on 1
couldn't
second.
come.
Hang on 1 second. He told you that the reason why he couldn't make it for that meeting with you was because he had been called to a meeting at Melrose Arch, and he had been called by Mr. Koko, and he had had a meeting with Mr. Koko and a short Indian man. Is that right?
That's correct.
And when you asked him what had happened at that meeting, he didn't tell you on the telephone conversation, but he said
That's correct.
he would tell you more
When we meet.
when you met in the morning on the 11th.
That's correct.
And on the 11th, when you met, the issue was discussed, but he just told you that he had been told at that meeting that he would act as group capital. What is the title?
Group capital executive.
Group capital
Yeah.
executive, yes.
Yes.
Whose position was that at
That
time?
was Mr. Dan Marokane's position,
So he said he would act, he had been told he was going to act in that position.
in that position.
And
I was a bit surprised.
you were
hence,
surprised and
yes.
you asked him what would happen to...
Yeah, where is Mr. Marokane going?
Yes.
I thought maybe they are moving, there's
Yes.
some changes happening in the organization.
And he didn't give you an answer for that?
No, he
He
didn't.
Then you asked who was going to act in his position.
At Kusile as a project director.
And then he gave you an answer.
He
in
said
regard to that.
he don't know.
He said he didn't know.
Yes.
And he didn't tell you about any suspensions.
No, Chair. As far,
Yes.
yeah, he did
Okay.
not tell me about any suspensions.
Okay, is that the sum total of your conversation at that meeting of the 11th, insofar as it related to his meeting the previous day?
That's correct, Chair.
Whatever else
all-
you
yes,
discussed related to the presentation?
it was related to the presentation because I had to quickly brief him about the presentation.
Yes.
Because I remember, he said, I need to be out by 6:30. You know,
Yes.
just to, yeah.
Okay, all right. Could you be mistaken about your conversation with him on the 10th on the phone and your conversation with him on the
Chair,
11th?
on the 10th, I'm not mistaken, he did
Yes.
not mention the suspension.
Yes, and on the 11th.
On the 11th, he did not
Yes.
mention the
But the
suspension.
things that you say he mentioned, could you be mistaken about them?
About the?
About them. The things that you say he did mention, could you be mistaken about them?
Chair, I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That's what I can recall what happened in that morning, Chair.
Okay, all right. Mr. Selega?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Did you, at any time thereafter, you know, on the 11th or the 12th or the 13th, learn about the suspensions?
On the 12th of March, I think it was around about 11, there was a communique from corporate communication to the whole organization relating to the suspension of 4 executives, already mentioning the names of the people that were gonna act in those positions. And Mr. Masango's name was one of the names that was there, exactly the same position. He told me he was told he was gonna act.
Did the communique mention anything about the suspensions of the executives who occupied the positions, one of which being where Mr. Masango was going to act?
I think I sent the, if I can recall the communique, it was just saying the 4 executives, I'm not sure whether did it say they will be suspended, but it was just saying the 4 executives. I can't remember word to word, but I did, it was there on my
Did you say they
affidavit.
would
Yeah,
step
I can't
aside?
remember, but it did say to say these are the 4 executives. And while I think there's some investigation happening, if I can recall, and these are the current executive that will be acting in those positions. I can't remember word to word.
Did it say they would step aside?
Can you repeat that, Mr.
Do you
Chair?
remember whether the communique said that the executives would step aside?
I think
can't
so.
remember.
Hence, I'm saying I can't remember.
Okay.
Oh, there's the communique. Sorry,
Yeah,
Chair.
yes.
It was just saying the executive, to step down while the inquiry is underway. I remember something inquiry, as
Okay.
if there's some inquiry happening.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. That's on page 59.22, Eskom Bundle 14A. So were you, I suppose you were not surprised by that, or were you surprised to see that Mr. Masango is going to act in the position that he told you about the day before?
I think I will say I was surprised by also the step down of these 4 executives more than anything to say, oh, okay, the 4 executives are stepping down, but just the middle manager in a project, and these are executive changes happening. So I was like, oh, okay, this is what Mr. Masango told me, that he will be acting, although he didn't tell me the reasons behind.
Going back to your meeting with Mr. Masango on the 11th in the morning, did he tell you the name of the person to whom he referred to as the short Indian man?
Mr. Chair, he never told me.
He never told you,
No, he never.
and you did not ask.
No, I did not ask.
All right.
I don't remember asking, because he
Alright.
never told me, and I will say I was also
Yes.
not interested, if I may say.
Yes. Now, I seem to think Mr. Masango said he met with you on the side of the road on the 10th. Did that happen on the 10th when he came back from that meeting? Did that happen?
Chair, as I've said, Mr. Masango called me around, I think, 4:04. I was still on site, as I've mentioned previously. It was month-end reporting. There were reports that were due at 5. I think that day I left the site around 6:06, which was just normal for us. You know, sometimes even 8 at night, we leave the site if it's month-end reporting. But I never met Mr. Masango on the side of the road.
Okay, all right. So he must be mistaken about that if that's what he says as far as you are concerned.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah, I think it's up to him to prove
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Mr. Siliga?
Thank you. Did you inquire from him why he called this meeting strange? Did you find out from him?
Chair, I did not. For me, I assume it's strange because they took his phone from him. I never inquired to say. I think if I can recall, Chair, I think it's even there in my affidavit. I only asked a question to say, why was the meeting not at Megawatt Park? And I can't remember the answer from Mr. Masang. I remember asking that to say, why was the meeting at Megawatt Park? But at the same time, Chair, I did not read that much because it was normal for Mr. Masang to, whether Megawatt Park, to meet stakeholders, you know, for meetings. So I did not really inquire and shows. There was nothing suspicious or untoward for me to be inquiring to say, who was this Indian man?
Mr. Siliga, the email screenshots or prints at page 55 and page 58, do we have something clearer than what we have here?
Yes, Chair. We have tried to do that prior to the hearing, and Mr. Padayachi, the attorney for Ms. Kraai, has re-emailed to us those screenshots. We can enlarge them on the computer, but I'm told when they get to be printed out, they still come out small. I think that,
Will she be able to, that is Ms. Kraai, to read into the record what appears on those screen prints?
yes.
Yeah, can we
Because the names.
cover that?
Let's cover that because.
Let's cover that, yeah.
Okay.
She is, as you said, Mr. Siliga, she is testifying on a very narrow issue. So
Correct, yeah.
I want us to finish as soon as possible
Correct, yeah.
with her evidence. There is no need for us to stay for too long.
Yes.
Because the area she is covering is very narrow.
That's correct,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Ms. Kraai, would you be able to read? Let's start with the screen print at page 55.
Yes.
I think in the paragraph 10, you say, I set out below what I was informed by Mr. Masango over the telephone on that day. It is important, however, that I also sketch some background to that telephone conversation and do so by reference to the email screen print copied below. Okay, then you can read it, so because I can't read here.
Okay. The first screenshot relates to paragraph 10, Chair. It's a rescheduled meeting. As you can, it was supposed to take place on the 4th of March, but it was rescheduled to take place on the 11th of March. The subject of the meeting, it says MYPD3 discussions, and where.
Who is the author of the document and to whom is it directed and what is the date of the document?
Oh, okay. I think it will reflect as if it was coming from Ms. Tepiso Rapo, who was my secretary.
Okay.
Yes.
It was directed to?
It was directed to the following people, Mr. Masango, Abraham Masango, Nonhlanhla Kraai, Dudungema.
Oh, and then the rest of the people that you mentioned?
Yeah,
Okay.
Boitumelo, Kanya, Bengstein,
Okay,
Vusiwe.
that's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to mention all of them.
Yes.
And what did it say? What was the date of the?
The meeting was 11 March
No,
2015.
the actual
The date of the email.
date of the print or the whatever was sent to them, email or whatever. What was the date of it? Was it sent on the 10th or 11?
Yeah.
Or is that not clear?
It's not clear.
Okay, all right. What did it say to
No,
them,
it's-
to the
It's
addresses?
here on my side. eh?
Oh, what is it?
Where is it?
The Tsepiso Rapowe sends the email on Wednesday, 4 March 2015 at 7:08. And she says, can you see it now?
Yes.
She said, good day all. The meeting is rescheduled due to unavailability of people. And then you have the subject, and then you have when, meaning the date. Then it says Wednesday, 11 March 2015 at 10:00 to 12:00, where it says PD apostrophe S boardroom. Now, what does PD stands for?
Project Director's Boardroom. Mr. Masango had his own boardroom where he discussed his presentation, his own issues that relate to his office.
Okay, so now, so that we understand this, on the 4th of March, this
Yes.
email communicates the rescheduling of the meeting and gives a new date, being Wednesday, the 11th of March at 10:00.
That's correct, Chair.
Okay,
Yes.
yes. And that's all that's important about that print that's contained there.
That's it, Chair, yes.
And then we go to the one at page 58
Yes.
of your affidavit. Page 7 of your affidavit, but page 58 of the paginated one. Yes, Ms. Kraai?
Okay. Is the one that relates to paragraph 23, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
let's say paragraph
Yes.
23 says, with respect to Mr. Masango, a meeting was scheduled on the 16th March 2015 on site at Kusile. See the screenshot below, whereby Mr. Masango told us of his appointment to act as GE Group Capital, exactly the position in which he had said to me that Mr. Koko had told him he, that is Mr. Masango, would be appointed to act. Please see here under a calendar invitation. Yes, you want to read that? Ms. Kraai?
Thank you, Chair. The meeting was sent out on Friday, the 13th of March, which was after the group corporate communique was already out, talking about the suspension or step down of the 4 executive, where Mr. Masango requested a meeting with his management, we used to call it steering committee people, which is all the discipline within the project. As you can see, the meeting took place on the 16th, I think it was a Monday, if I can recall, where Mr. Masango came to address us to say he's moving and it was with immediate effect. You know, and if I can recall, which I did not mention in my affidavit, I think on that day he already had the person introducing a guy who was gonna take over.
And you say,
At Kusile.
on what day was that?
On the 16th, the very
Oh,
same
on the
meeting
16th.
when he
Oh.
called all of us, all the managers as per the invite.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Selega.
Thank you, Chair. So the person he was introducing is the person going to act in his position.
Who was gonna act in his position?
Okay.
That's correct.
Now, if it were to be said that you are colluding with Mr. Masango to implicate Mr. Koko, what would be your response?
In other words, Mr. Koko has said that Mr. Masango's evidence that he had a meeting with him and Mr. Salim Essa, the because that's what Mr. Masango has testified, on the 10th of March 2015 is not true. He has given evidence as to why he says Mr. Masango would falsely implicate him. But he says that at that time, he and Mr. Masango were very close. They were getting on very well, but he says later, and I think it may be 2017,
Yes.
Their relationship seemed to have soured. But then I asked him, well, Mr. Masango says he told Ms. Kraai about this meeting on the 10th in a telephone conversation, about this meeting. Why would, and Ms. Kraai confirms that in an affidavit, why would Ms. Kraai say that Mr. Masango told him something that he didn't tell him? And I think Mr. Selega is going there to say, well, what did you say if Mr. Koko's response is you were colluding against him, you were colluding with Mr. Masango against him? Because I think he said, didn't he say, Mr. Selega, that he laid some criminal complaints or,
Yes.
or he made some allegations of misconduct on the part of Ms. Kraai?
Yeah.
I think you must just put that to...
Yes. Ms. Kraai, your counsel has provided us with a printout of the transcript of Mr. Koko's testimony. An extract from there reads, on 2 March 2017, not only did I, this is Mr. Koko testifying, not only did I give the board that dossier, but I also gave the board the names of the people at Kusile that I think were in a corrupt relationship with Mr. Masango, and one of them was Ms. Nonhlanhla Kraai. She is no longer working for Eskom. I do not know why. I was not surprised when I saw her evidence with Mr. Masango joining what he says is the Koko hunt. So, my question to you is, if either him or whoever says to the chairperson, well, chairperson, but in this case it's him, these people were colluding against me. They are joining, as he says, the Koko hunt. All what you're saying is not true. It's only because you've joined the bandwagon of people who want to bring him down. What is your response?
Thank you, Mr. Selega. Mr. Chair, I did not join the bandwagon. I'm not colluding with Mr. Masango based on the evidence that I've given under the oath to this commission. That's my version of my own truth and the truth only. It's not based on the collusion with Mr. Masango. I've provided, I believe the evidence that I've provided, it's sufficient enough to prove that I'm not colluding with Mr. Masango. Hence, I provided the emails, and if I can recall, Mr. Sileke, you even requested the presentation itself to prove, and the presentation, luckily, because I still had my backup taking into account what happened to me within the organization. So the presentation, if you can recall, Mr. Sileke, it was even written 10th of March, which was saying, you know, this is the presentation, and it's written MYPD3, and the appointment also support my true version of what happened.
Yes. Do you know anything about what Mr. Koko is saying there about the dossier, corruption at Kusile, and that you were part of it?
I think I will speak for what happened to me to say I did not leave the organization because of I was corrupt. I was never corrupt. And I was also not in the corrupt relationship with Mr. Masango. I resigned in July 2019, or I formally left the organization in August 2019. But what led to my resignation is on the 1st of March, I'm just going to be at high level. I got an appointment in my diary that there's a meeting taking place because by then I was with fuel procurement as a senior manager, primary energy, responsible for, Then it was just it's like a business meeting. Then 12 o'clock, I go to the boardroom. Then I found my manager, who was my manager by then, and there was an HR person, the HRIR person. Then the next thing, what happened there, I was told of the intention to be suspended, which I was shocked. I remember so well, I even cried because I was shocked to say, okay. Then there was just, I'm not gonna go to the details, but there were just 2 allegations. I want to answer the issue of corruption, to say the allegations were not talking about corruption. The 2 allegations were talking about a conflict of interest, to say, I declare that my husband is owning a company, because my husband is a businessman, but I declare, it's like playing with words. It said, I declare as a director. I think it's there in the, it doesn't say I did not declare. It says, I declare as a director, not as a shareholder. That was allegation number 1. Allegation number 2 was, I sent the document to my husband somewhere in 2017. And even the declaration is talking about 2017. I think for me, I'm saying it's 2019. The organization stayed with this for 2 years, then you come and suspend me.
So
Then during my, just to be brief, to get where I resigned, then I was subjected to, those are the, then let me respond. I deny those allegations saying, I did declare. The document I sent to my husband was just nothing to do with him getting business in Eskom. It was just an example of something he requested. I did not hide, just to say, example, look, this is how we do things, in Eskom. There was no conflict of interest. But just to go further, Chair, then I participated, that was in March, where they asked questions about my husband, everything, what happened, and I participated fully. That was in March. Then it was quiet.
Is it an inquiry now?
So, sort of an inquiry. Yeah, I got called somewhere in Pretoria to answer about those allegations, provide the information, provide everything.
But
Then,
were you being interviewed as part of the investigation?
yes, I was being interviewed.
Not a disciplinary hearing as
No, it wasn't a disciplinary hearing.
Okay.
I was just being interviewed, but
Yes.
even that interview, it became more personal because it was more about, sort of, I would say, the assets we owned, just to be at high level. How did we, acquire those assets and all? It wasn't more about the 2 allegations for my suspension.
But was Mr. Koko, to your knowledge, involved in any way in these allegations being brought against you?
I don't know, Chair.
You don't know?
I don't know. I really don't know. I participated in March, Chair. Nothing happened. I waited and waited. And as I've said, somewhere in May, something happened. And I felt now it's a personal attack where a video of my house was shown throughout the organization. And the allegation was it was built by a contractor. Then I realized that my relationship with Eskom was irreparable. Hence, in July, I tendered my resignation.
And when you tendered your resignation, did Eskom allow you to serve your notice?
They allow me to serve my
Or
notice.
did they
I
ask you
left
to-
August
Hang on,
2018.
Ms. Kraai.
Yes,
We can't speak at the same time.
sorry, Chair.
Did they allow you to serve your full notice?
They did, Chair.
They didn't say after you tendered your resignation, okay, you don't need to serve your notice, you can go.
No, Chair.
didn't
They
say that.
allowed me to serve the notice.
Yes. Was that before they preferred any disciplinary charges against you when you tendered your resignation?
I can't hear you, Chair.
Was it before they tendered any charges or preferred?
No,
any
no charges were brought against me, Chair, when I
Yes.
resigned. But in my letter, I stated that I will continue to participate if there are any charges against me.
So you, in your letter of resignation,
Yes, I
you
did
offered
mention
to
that.
continue to cooperate with
Yes,
their
I wanted to
investigation,
continue to cooperate,
even after you would have
even
left.
after I've left the organization.
And did they,
Nobody
Did they follow
contacted
up?
me. Nobody till today,
to
Chair.
today?
Up to today, Chair.
have you been charged criminally about anything arising out of that?
Nothing, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Slager?
I think one important question is this, Ms. Kraai. The questioning, the people who were questioning you about these allegations they were making against you, was Mr. Koko part of those people?
No, I think they, if I can recall, they hired a company, is it Bowman's? It was Bowman's.
Okay, so he wasn't
No,
present.
he wasn't, Chair.
So, and you have said you don't know whether he was behind this.
No, Chair, I don't have
Would you have any reason to join the Koko hunt?
no reason to join the Coco Hunt, Chair.
Did you know Mr. Koko before the 10th of March 2015?
Yes, I know Mr. Coco from Generation, when I was working in Generation at Krill Power Station.
Yes.
And Mr. Coco was, I think, an engineer at Dover Power Station. But we will have those meetings where he's there, I'm there. But I knew Mr. Coco and there's nothing, yeah.
Had there been any issues at any stage between the two of you before,
Nothing that I know of, Chair, till today.
before he gave his evidence before this commission and said whatever he said about you? Did you know any issues that might have been there?
No,
between
I
the
don't
two of
have
you?
any issues with Mr. Coco.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
Chair.
all right. Mr. Slager?
Yeah. Chair, I think that's it. Are you aware of any investigation by, what's his name? The gentleman who's mentioned by Mr. Koko, Paul O'Sullivan.
Who's that?
Paul O'Sullivan.
Okay, who's that?
You don't even know the man.
No, I don't know who's that, Chair.
Okay. No, that's all right.
I don't know who's that, Chair.
Is there anything you could have benefited by falsely implicating Mr. Koko?
Me benefiting? Nothing, Chair. There was no benefit for me even to collide with Mr. Masango.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, all right. Counsel for Ms. Kraai, do you wish to re-examine?
Mr. Chair, we've got no questions for re-examination.
Okay, thank you. I think we are going to adjourn at this stage. Tomorrow, is it Mr. Anuj Singh? Mr. Slager, who is
next-
giving evidence tomorrow?
On the 18th, Chair.
And who is giving evidence tomorrow?
It's a different work stream.
Or is it different work stream?
I believe it's a different work stream, Chair.
Oh,
Yeah, because we couldn't secure Mr. Singh's availability for tomorrow.
well, we must talk because my schedule reflects him.
But still,
If I recall, yeah, and I've not given any permission that he should not come.
oh no, I will remind the chairperson.
You will remind me. Have I given?
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, if you say I have given, I will, I will accept you.
so he's coming on the 18th.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, with the proviso that if we are not finished, we will schedule him for another day.
Oh, so I was quite kind. Okay, all right. Okay. I'm not able to tell the public who will be giving evidence during the day tomorrow. But in the evening, for the evening session, I will hear the evidence of the former Minister of Transport, Ms. Depuo Peters, who will continue and complete her evidence. And then on Thursday, you say it will be Eskom.
Yes,
Yeah.
and Friday.
Okay, all right. Ms. Kraai, thank you very much for availing yourself to
Thank you.
assist the commission. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Chair.
And to come in the evening. And thank you to your legal team as well.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Mr. Smith.
Thank you. We are going to adjourn for the day. We adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.